drama. Radical rebel with the need to bomber. Fake MC, then I hang 'em higher. The mic is mine, time to pay the piper. Crime of crime going off as I kick them. You and the beat portrayed as a victim. Maniac, as the cut the balance. Supreme, with the war and challenges. Graceful. Born and raised in Chicago, Cook County. Mike is the omen raising hell like Damien. Push through your chest like the creature in Alien. Pray like a panther on the loose. Hold still while I get the noose. I got the brain in my scope. The panels are hold so good you can't cope. Deadly.
Punches came after my last meeting of the day. Beware.
Hello everyone, time to begin a stream. Silent Hill Speedruns. No, I've tried to turn my monitor to the source, and I've accidentally turned it to DVI instead, which is the wrong thing. But yes, hello everyone.
I disagree.
How silent are the hills?
Basically inaudible, it's incredible. Gregory, thank you for the 5 months. Good evening, good evening. Sorry, getting the game all set up and what have you. And scene. Oh, I still have the bisexual lighting filter on. This makes me look green. I'm green today. That's my attack.
I disagree.
Get that off.
These hills may be silent, but you know I got that loud. Less than 3.
Mombi, thank you for the 21. So the bisexual lighting filter looks alright when I'm wearing like a mostly red shirt, because then it looks purple and I look sort of red. Although it fucking really emphasizes the slightly red bits on my forehead, which is less than ideal. But this is not supposed to look green. This is supposed to look blue. No, normal lighting today, I think. Normal lighting today. Which one of these is the antique shop? That one. I can read this language. Yeah, so first thing I have to work out is that I have to work out how to do the goddamn fucking skip. That's not the right thing. What? Step 1. Not quite. What's that? Is it hold right and left? Yeah. Oops, wrong one. So I need to work out how to do this one. He got bored. Dizzy! Thanks for the raid. Ho ho! Yarune. Thanks for the raid, Dizzy. I've just begun streaming. I feel low down. I feel short. It's my chair, like it has. The chair. The height of the chair does not stay consistent anymore. What the fuck? Oh, right, that happens. If you do it right and then try to... No, he whiffed. Which... Low. I'm short now! No, come back up. Yeah, it's the finicky skip. What the fuck things are occurring? Get out of the way, asshole! Very cool. I'm just going to soft reset that. There's a method for this. But I haven't learned how to do it yet. At least as far as 70k is concerned. Nope, too many. The 100% consistent setup, exactly. Yep, 100% consistent and always works. Am I doing it too late? I think I'm doing it too late. Yeah. No, that failed. Really? That didn't take? Boo. Robbed. That should have worked. That did. That did take. I see the vision. When I'm practicing a trick. Okay, so, like, observe the following, right? If you get hit by that romper in a certain way into this room, what we'll observe what happens when I then hold forward. Goodbye! And now Mason is here. Wherever, for a certain value of here, anyway. Continue on this trajectory for a little bit. And... a Bozinga. I am now outside the hospital. Which is on the other side of town. That skips a boss fight and some other crap. It's pretty fast. So you want to get that consistently. But the difficulty is that an enemy has to hit you into the loading zone in a specific way, and that's very tricky to do. You discovered that? No, 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 of course not. No, 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 no. No, he was too far out. Also, I didn't even hold it correctly. No, he's too far away. I'm getting memed. Nope. That should do it. Okay. Can safely skip those bosses without needing to trigger any flag? Yeah, it works fine. You can just play the rest of the game. Has no long-lasting consequences on the rest of the run. Does nothing. Very cool trick that always works, by the way. That's the fun part of this trick. Sometimes, even if you do it right, the RNG is like, haha, no. That might be too far out. No, I slid in. Good. That's a hit. I see the vision for the strafe method, but I'm trying to, like, get it down. The starting position was odd there, but it worked. The thing about this is that whenever I get it, I have to enter the room and exit the room in order to reset Harry's state. Because if you get the trick, Harry is in this sort of weird floating state that, like, fucks the game up. So you need to get rid of it. Ah. Whoa! I had the funny where he just misses. Oh, that's not right. Nah, too far. See how I'm, like, floating slightly above the ground? That is not quite it. You will not be able to go through the door. You just barely can't. You need to get knocked through the door in, like, exactly the right way. That half and half creates a buggy state that isn't usable. That should do it, yeah. Floating state the point, is that what you want to happen? Yeah, because it means we can go through the door. It means we can just walk through this wall. Whee! But you see, we fell down from above because we're sort of not considered to be... I don't know. I don't really know why that happens the way it does. No. Oh, yes, maybe? It still worked. Surprising. So right now I'm in a strange floating state where I don't really know what is going on here. I just know how to exploit it. So if I were to leave this room and go back, I'm still in the floating state. So I walk forward, and yeah, cool, man. This is not intended behavior. Yeah. Well, that didn't work. Too far forward. Fuck. The roof has collision? Very slightly, but yes. There's nothing interesting up there, unfortunately. Be more back than forward is the key here. Nope. Game, my quick turn.
I disagree.
More like the silence of the Boon 6 and spin.
Cool RNG. That's the RNG where even if you do it correctly, you just fail. Keenan, thanks for the 2 months. That's the RNG twice in a row where the enemy just doesn't actually notice you. Very nice. That's the bad RNG where the enemy's too far away. That's the bad RNG where the enemy is too far away. If it seems like there's a lot of ways for this to fail through no fault of your own, that's because there are. That's the bad RNG where the enemy is too far away again. That's close enough, but I went too far out. That does the trick. B. I see the vision. dickhead. Nope, too far away. Bad RNG. If there is a way to get it even if you get that bad RNG, but you have to, like, delay a variable amount of timing. It's really awkward. That might still work. Yeah, it did. What does this bug do for the run? I'll show it again. When you get the state that you're looking for, when you get knocked into that loading screen in the way you're looking for, this door, you can just run straight through it. Something about Harry's collision is off in this state. And this enables you to take a trip through the void. Jaws, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I am practicing a trick, and then we will do some any % runs. I'm trying to learn the slightly more consistent romper out of bounds. So you see, we're off in the out of bounds if you get the state you're looking for, and then you run far enough forward, and boom, you're directly outside the hospital. This skips an entire boss, and enables you to just walk straight to the hospital. Like, you don't have to walk through the town or anything. All in all, it saves about a minute and a half, something like that. So it's pretty important to hit it. The problem with it is that it relies on the enemy AI to do the correct thing, which makes it inherently not very reliable. That should get it. Yep. That'll work. So I'm currently trying to learn the 70k version of this particular setup. Because believe it or not, this fucking behaves differently depending on the model of PS2. Which is absolutely insane horse shit, but it is true. Three in a row. I see the vision. Four in a row. I see the vision. How do you know if it works so quickly? Sound. Five in a row. I see the vision. I see the vision. Nah, too far. That's the problem. That was too late. Well, it might still work, though. The funny, where it falls off your head. I kind of fucked that up. That might have still... I don't know. Was that possible? Jump, you dickhead. Jump, you fucking loser. There you go. See what I mean when I say it's not reliable, just based on the fact the enemy has to do the right thing, and sometimes the enemy just doesn't do the right thing. Almost might have worked anyway, but it didn't. See, that's too far. If you get knocked too early in the thing. Okay, that wasn't... I don't know how I wasn't holding walk, so I don't know why it did that. Fucking loser. The 100% consistent setup that always works. That should, yeah. It is definitely more consistent. Like, I got it 6 times in a row at one point. That's pretty good. But there's still going to be a whole bunch of runs that die to the enemy just not having its fucking brain plugged in. There's no way around it. Twat. That should work. Yep. What's a trigger that tells me it will work? I kind of have the sense for it, but also if I hear the bite sound and I get into the loading screen, it worked. Do you basically need perfect RNG for a world record at this point? Yeah, pretty much. Ah, come on, I feel like I adjusted fine there and it still didn't work. Epic. If that worked, it would have been the funniest setup ever. But yeah, there's also just a chance that you come out the door and the enemy just isn't even looking at you properly. Did I overstep or did it just fuck up? I can't tell. I think I'm taking one step too many. I'm not releasing. That worked. Yep. Yep. Bear in mind, this trick isn't new to me. Like, I do understand how this works. Too far. Not far enough, rather. Huh. Maybe? Does it work when that happens? No. That took. Yep. Yep. The reason I'm practicing this is that I'm not familiar with this version of the setup. Asshole. I think that was an RNG fail. Yep, that worked. Me. The reason why I'm, like, falling from the ceiling, it's to reset Harry's state to be normal so I can, like, practice again. That still, despite that being very, very late, that did still work. That's the thing. The acceptable range from where you're going to slide into the loading screen is actually more forgiving than you might expect. Why did the game drop that so early? Behave yourself. Nice. It's about the same. Quick turn, please. And Harry is now lost in the void. There we go. No. Yep, RNG fail. Enemy in weird position. RNG fail again. Enemy in weird position. RNG fail. Enemy's brain didn't fucking turn on. There you go. RNG fail, enemy not even looking in the right direction. Nice. Hey, Clappy. Too far forward. Enemy way too far back for that. Too late. It's really hard to... When the enemy is, like, further away, it's difficult. Like, you can still get it if you delay your strafe back sometimes. Yeah. But it's difficult to adjust for on the fly. You have to be dynamic. And there's also circumstances like this where the dickhead just isn't fucking paying any attention. Those are just RNG fails and there's nothing you can do about it. That's not your fault. Why did the game let go of that input early? don't do that. That might still work. Yep. Whee! Hey, Toxin, you arrived for the blessings of 70k. We need the blessings of fucking Romper Skip. Primarily. That'll take. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Whee! Yeah, I see the vision. Shockingly, that still worked, actually. That was kind of scuffed, but it did take. Nice, very clean. Hey, there's Amandius. Hell yeah, punchy stream. So, I'm probably not going to be able to stream on Wednesday or Thursday, so I thought I should stream today at least. Because I don't want to leave you guys 3 days without a stream. That would be crazy. Ooh, the consistency. It's still not a very consistent trick no matter what you do. The enemy AI sometimes behaves in ways that are just, like, prohibitive. That might be too far back. Shit. Devastating. Wake up, dickhead! That's RNG fail. Really? You wanna be responsive then? Way too far back. Clean RNG fail. Get the fuck out of here. Nope. Nope, RNG fail. Too far back. Almost. I'm gonna class that one as an RNG failure because it's spawned back, but I almost adjusted correctly. Like, under ideal circumstances, you don't have to, like, fix your timing at all. It just works. But sometimes you have to use a different timing if the game feels like being difficult about it. This is hard. It's hard and it's random. No one has a 100% hit rate with this because it's not possible to get. RNG fail. Enemy too far back. Nice. I think that worked, actually. That might barely be... Yeah, that worked. That went through. What does this trick do? I've explained it, like, twice now, within the past, like, 5 minutes. RNG fail. Enemy wasn't looking. Too far back. This game's inputs fucking suck ass. RNG fail, enemy not looking. RNG fail, enemy not looking. Sick. RNG fail, enemy too far back. Am I not turning enough? RNG fail, enemy AI is a pile of shit. That's the thing, sometimes you can get the setup and it like looks fine and the enemy just doesn't jump because game no work good. Nice input, dude. Fuck you. What? That isn't far forward enough? I don't fucking believe you. That is a bad lie poorly told. Did that work? Barely. Asshole. Maybe, yep. Behold how the sausage is made, folks. Yep, that was good. That was the ideal situation. Sometimes you practice shit like this for like an hour. That's just what it is sometimes. Is that gonna work, or is the AI gonna short circuit? Just about. I'm still gonna kill so many runs to this shit. Eh. I'm very surprised that worked, because I did not do that right. Go for the door. There you go. Hey, music frequency. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Way too far back. Haha. Haha. Because yeah, previously the way I'd been doing it before is I would just fucking... I'm here. Yeah, that. I still got it with my, like, whatever the fuck that is. Just walk forward and try to eyeball it, I guess. But that's like... it's not amazing as a... It's not really a setup. Oh, slid in, barely. Like, previously I would just do it, like, I would just eyeball it. Whereas if you get, like, an ideal kind of position, there are more positions where the strafe method does just, like, work. But it is by no means 100% consistent. That barely worked. That was like a gnat's tit away from not working. Because again, if you get knocked into the thing too early, you get nothing. Okay, good. Alright, one last time before I jump into runs, because that was like 7 in a row or something. What this does is that when you get knocked down into the stairwell in the proper way by that enemy, and it has to be like, you have to be full on the ground. If you're like halfway in through the falling animation, it doesn't work properly. Right now, Harry's position is kind of fucked. I don't really know how to explain precisely what's going on here, but the net effect of getting knocked through the stairwell into that specific way is that this door becomes incorporeal. I can just kind of walk through it. Now I'm in the air. I'm currently several feet above Silent Hill. I don't know why that happens either. But if I just keep running forward along this general trajectory... This is the water tower outside the hospital. You take the stairs down. For some reason that causes your position to immediately set... I don't know why it does that either. There's a lot of things I don't understand about this. And we're at the hospital. That allows us to skip from the antique shop directly to the hospital without having to do any of the bits in between. There's like a boss fight and a whole bunch of running in between those two places, so fast, speed, quick, skip. You understand? Are we grooving? Does it make sense? Something I really don't have the answers for why precisely that takes place in the form that it does. I don't quite know. But as a general rule, it makes the run go fast, and that's good. Let's play ball. Now I have to do the rest of the run, and then hit the not very reliable trick in the middle of it. Fuck! This is why I've been doing all bosses for a bit, because...
Blessing of 70k.
Blessing of 70k, and Arena, thanks for the 2 months. All bosses does not have that trick in it, so you don't have to hit it. We follow a different route instead.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Yeah, I spent yesterday editing video, and I'm pleased to tell you guys that the next YouTube video that I'm making, it's quite close to done now. It's quite close to done. I think if I spent today editing video, I could get it done tonight, but I've decided to stream instead because I probably can't stream on Wednesday or Thursday. Because I have stuff, and I don't want to leave you guys 3 days without a stream, but I'm going to have to leave you with 2 days without a stream, most likely. So maybe there'll be time for one on Wednesday, I'm not totally sure. I have stuff to do, you see. But with any luck, the video ought to be done by the end of the month. And that would be just sparkling.
What is this? What's going on here?
Still doing early Patreon viewings? Yes. Mason, die. Game is a video about, you'll find out when it's uploaded.
Huh, radio.
And not
What's going on with
before.
me?
Hey, says, welcome to the Yellow Taxi playthrough. Glad you enjoyed it. Yellow Taxi is a game that delighted and pissed me off in equal measure. Maybe it's not about a game at all. It is. But I like your spirit. Surprises of... I don't know. I like to keep these things a secret. I like to keep people guessing. Hey, Tobies. I've said at least this much before, so I will repeat myself. It is a relatively longer video about an untranslated PS1 RPG. Wow. Scully is dead, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you very much. Thank you for playing games fast for our enjoyment. Now back to Lurkin. Have a good one, man. Thank you very much. And when the video comes out, said game will miraculously get a fan translation. There is none in the works to my knowledge, but that's the thing, is that people tend to just drop entire patches, like, fully completed without even announcing that they're being worked on prior, which I get why, for what it's worth. I really do understand why that happens a lot. But also, the looming threat is like, I will have then wasted like 2 months of production. Well, it's not a waste really, but obviously it will annoy me if I spent 2 months, actually a bit more than that, producing a video, and then it turns out, you know, suddenly, oops, there's a full English patch. It's like, that would have made production much easier. God damn it. Because the thing about making videos about untranslated games is that sometimes I have to, you know, firstly, the act of playing the game takes significantly longer than normal. Because I have to read the words. And I do not read Japanese as fast as I read English. I just don't. I'm not as experienced with it, and I'm not as skilled. It's my second language, and I'm not even that good at it. So what do you?
I disagree.
30 Punch Man.
30 Punch Man. Edisag, thank you for the 30 months. But you heard I was Nihongo Jozu. Not quite. Not quite.
I disagree.
Hi Punchy and chat. Good luck with the runs.
Dear Thor, thank you for the 23 months, and thanks for the good luck. Tell you what, I've got great news regarding... Well, I say great news. It's more like mildly good news for me, at least. From next month, Twitch is rolling out, like, the more tiered system of the Partner Plus program. If you don't know what Partner Plus is, it's a thing where if you have enough subs, basically Twitch decides to give you the cut that they should already be giving everyone, but they gamified the system because modern capitalism is extremely tedious. Very, very tedious indeed.
I disagree.
Detective Talos, thank you for the 2 months. Anyway, I'm eligible for at least the lower tier of Partner Plus, because I have enough, so I will at least then be getting 60-40. Of the subs, rather than 50-50. So I get a 10% pay rise from Twitch. The Partner Plus thingamabob is 70-30, and that's like... That's not happening. Like, I think I could probably get, like, the threshold they want for Partner Plus. If I, like, really stretched, like, really pushed myself hard to achieve it, but I think it would stress me the fuck out. I'd need to be, like, live a lot more. Doing, like, subathons and other, like, very crowd-pleasery kind of things, and it's, like, a lot of time and energy to invest, and, meh. No, I'd rather just... I will continue to grow at a slower pace. I only have so much bandwidth. I don't have the kind of pull to make that feasible. So, better to not worry about it, I think. Epic RNG. Next. That's a really rare RNG fail. Light off and having the guy turn in the exact wrong direction.
I disagree.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Nixus. Are Twitch accounts case sensitive?
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Pog. Nixus is in the YouTube chat. That's one of my mods. What are you doing? What's going on here? What's the crack? But yeah, I'm not eligible for like the higher partner. Not eligible for like the higher partner plus tier, and I don't really think it's feasible without stretching myself way too thin. But I am comfortably eligible for the lower 60-40 tier, so that's an improvement. Pog. Oh wait, your Twitch account, your Twitch account like doesn't have the I in it. It's a different account entirely. It's spelled different. Not Pog. Very un-Pog, actually. Those Patreon donations are far more worth than Twitch's. In terms of the strict amount that I get, yes.
What's going on here?
Bed, RNG. Go to bed. And Mason dies of cringe.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Will in the YouTube chat as well. Simultaneous viewership. Multi-stream drifting. Suffering from success? I could be suffering from success more. A little more success wouldn't hurt anyone.
What is this? What's going on here?
No! 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 Sometimes you don't get the RNG you need to even, like, start the run. Sometimes the game just pisses on your shoes over and over again, and then you have piss shoes. That's not great. No one likes the piss shoes.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
You know, I came very close today to, instead of doing Silent Hill 1 runs, to doing like a little like mini speedrun marathon, which is the thing I do when I don't have any greater idea of what it is I'm doing today. I feel like people probably have the reverse impression. You know, the marathon, that probably takes planning, you know? He was thinking about the... No, sometimes I just roll out of bed and decide, let's just do some random speedruns in a row. Whatever. I'll make it up as I go. But for some reason, as I was like picking the games off the shelf to do to do the mini marathon, I was like, Silent Hill. You gotta put Silent Hill in. You know, people love Silent Hill. They're all about the Silent Hill. And I was like, I never actually did do any percent runs with the 70k, did I? And then all of a sudden I was like, I should really just learn the setup.
What's going on here?
Just learn the setup, and then you can do any percent instead of doing all bosses because you're still too lazy to learn the setup. No! Can't get good RNG though. So and then it became a Silent Hill 1 stream all of a sudden. Sure you guys don't mind.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
No.
No. No one minds Silent Hill 1 after all.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
There's always like a million and one things I want to be doing speedrun-wise at any given times. Like, here's some immediate things I want to do with the speed of runs. I want to improve my times in Silent Hill 1, like any percent and all bosses, and maybe even good plus, now that I've discovered that the blessing of 70k is like a relevant factor. Although any percent's probably going to be the hardest of those three. Alone in the Dark, no major glitches. I never really got that run to a time I was happy with, because the game couldn't stop fucking up for long enough for me to finish a run. But I wasn't really done with it, I just kind of... I got distracted with, like, new games coming out that I wanted to play. At some point, I want to go back to Resident Evil HD Remaster, the first game.
What's going on here?
The first remake, whatever. No! Fucking hell, dude!
No.
Bruh. Are the voice lines accelerated sounding because of button input? No. PS2s just do that. Yeah, Resident Evil HD Remaster, Resident Evil Remake, they changed their timing method recently from something that was a bit pay-to-win to something that wasn't, because it was discovered that fucking, if you were doing door skip mod, you saved time based on how good your GPU was. So now they're doing a load remove timer instead.
Where are you going?
Yeah, PS2s on fast disk speed specifically cause the fast voice lines. So I have occasion to go back to our remake at some point to get some times on the board with the new timing method and see where I actually rank, but I don't think they're done, like, converting the leaderboard over yet. If they're even currently doing it. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing with that leaderboard right now. They might still be in the process of trying to test the load remover. I need to ask someone about it. But I think they were planning on, like, getting rid of any division between vanilla runs and door skip runs. I'm willing to bet the updates on this are probably being squirreled away in the fucking Discord. Which I'm not in. Because I don't want to be in a Discord for every game I run. Use the forum.
What is this? What's going on here?
Yay! Simply incredible. There was a patch last night, but you think the fixes didn't really fix much? For, like, Alone in the Dark? If there's changes made to prevent you from getting stuck in the level geometry, that's a reasonably big deal, because that has remained the biggest issue I've had with running that game, is sometimes you don't do anything weird, you just try to walk through an area and you get stuck on a wall, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? basic things. Very normal, ordinary things to do. Yeah, I have occasion to go back to our remake. I want to learn the run properly for Withering Room's Fixed Seed as well, like the final version. Hatch Eye's got a route now, and like it's a pretty good one. I pressed walk 3 times and the game ignored it all 3 times. Woo, have I run this with the dance mat yet? No, stop asking. Fuck off. Like, sorry to be hostile about it, but every time I've been asked, I've been like, no, and I'm not going to. The dance mat is for dance gaming, not everything is for Silent Hill. I bought that to play DDR, not to play Silent Hill. For what it's worth, by the way, I have owned the dance mat for about a month, and I have already lost like 3 kilograms. So that's cool. What about the steering wheel? I don't own a steering wheel. We need DDR stream. No, go away. I don't want to do it. I don't think it would be interesting. Where did you get your dance pad from? I was very lucky and I got a Stepmania X. Fuck me, I just ran straight. They can't get behind that one. Ooh, believe me, I think you guys would like it. I wouldn't, though. Can I finish a sentence? I was lucky enough to get a Stepmania X pad when they were in stock. I have no idea how. Like, yeah, I got one of the ones that are always out of stock. I have no fucking idea how I pulled that off. I was really unprepared for it as well. I kind of assumed I wasn't going to get it. And then I got the email being like, hey, you're going to need a customs broker to get this shipped to you, you know, because it's like a huge shit, like, chunk of fucking metal. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
You will give me an egg.
So considerable panicking later. Everything worked out and it got to me fine. It was extremely expensive, though. It is, I think, the single most expensive object in my house. It's a fucking arcade. It's like, it's an arcade pad. Like, the shit you see in an arcade, it's one of those. Like, yes, it was expensive. Like, it's not just like one of those, it is one of those. It's the same thing. Rear bar and everything? Yup. If you ever want rid, that thing will lose basically 0 resale value. That's true, they hold their value really well. Because no one can get them. I don't know how I feel really, like, it makes me feel bad, like, when I have it and I play, because I'm like, damn, this is a really good piece of kit that's super fucking wasted on my stupid ass. Like, who do you think you are? This dumb motherfucker doesn't even have a 13 PFC yet. He thinks he needs an arcade quality pad? What are you doing? How are you dealing with neighbors? Surprisingly, they don't seem to care. I mean, for one thing, my neighbors aren't around most of the day. Like, for a lot of the weekday, they're just not here. So, like, current situation is that the people who live in that direction, they're not around for most of the day. So they're just not there. They're just not there. Like, there's no one to bother. I stop when they get home, typically. They're just out for most... Sometimes they're out for days at a time. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on over there. It's none of my business. But they're just not there a lot of the time. And I time my sessions for them to not be around, because I don't want to, you know, stop basically when it's like 5 PM or something like that, if you're going that long in the first place. You know, don't play late into the night like an asshole. Very simple. You know, I'm not fucking smashing around on that thing to the wee hours of the morning, because that's obviously an asshole thing to do. Stop in the evening. I mean, I stop in the evening so I can stream. You know, it makes sense, right? Like, I assume the reason they're not around for most of the day is that the parents are probably at work and the kids are probably at school. So they're, like, just not around until, like, what, 4? Most days? Works for me. And the people who live in that direction don't exist. There's no one lives at that house. There's just no one there. It's empty. I've never seen a single human being come out of or into that house. There is no one there. I peek through the windows, front room's fucking empty. No one lives there. Make it sound like I live in an empty, dead valley. No, I do. I live in, like, a kind of not amazing area. No one wants to live here on purpose if they can get away with not doing so, so there's no one living there. Which all in all works great for me, because it means from a lot of weekdays, from like, I don't know, like 9 to 5, there's no one on either side of me to bother by like crashing around with the dance mat. There's just no one there. Can't piss off anyone if there's fucking no one around to be pissed off by. So that works out great for me. Why are you gonna just stand there, Mason? Go. I've got shit to do. Yes, all in all, pretty sweet racket I've got going on with that, at least. I have been using it a lot the past week and a half or so, because I'm currently still very much infatuated with the notion that I have an arcade-quality dance pad in my living room. And it's like, ooh, that's very novel. I'm sure with time, maybe it will wear off a bit. And it will become a useless, expensive, horrible, large thing that just sits in the fucking living room, taking up a huge amount of space. But I think it's more realistic that maybe I just won't play like 4 hours in a row. Put it on legs and use it as a copy table. I don't even have to put it on legs, it comes with them. That's amazing. Be great for home dates. Not really. It's like, it occupies pretty much the entire living room, right? It's very much like kind of a janky-ass looking setup I've got going on. Have I heard the news? Embracer have already shut down the developers of the new Alone in the Dark. Okay, I hate that, but that's like kind of funny in its own way. Like, no, that's not funny at all. That's obviously terrible, but also that's kind of funny. Do you understand why I'm like that's horrible, but also that's kind of funny? How fat? Like, damn, I think that's a new land speed record for like Alone in the Dark being dead again. Is it that bad? No, just Embracer are a bunch of dumbasses who have severely mishandled billions of dollars worth of money, so they're currently, like, in fire sale mode. It doesn't have anything to do with the performance of the game, it has everything to do with Embracer being a bunch of incompetent dickwags. It's stunning how the sheer incompetence of these fucking massive losers has done such incredible damage to the gaming industry so fast. My instinct is that just shouldn't be legal. I don't really know how to make that work. I'm not really sure what, like, levels of corporate shenanigans are going on for that to have occurred in the first place, but I sort of don't feel like weaponized incompetence of a bunch of morons at the top of the chain should result in whole numbers of studios just, like, collapsing instantly. It's like, why is that their problem? Like, sucks that you fumbled $1 billion deal, but I don't fucking see why that's THQ's problem. Sort of seems like the people who should be facing consequences for mishandling billions of dollars aren't random developers at the ground level, you know? A crazy thought, perhaps. This is not a novel take by any fucking means, but it pisses me off. When you have a certain amount of money, you just stop having any responsibility for your own fuck-ups. It becomes everyone else's problem that you fucked up. Why? It's bullshit. It's obviously bullshit. Like, oh, we feel so bad that we have to, like, close down studio after studio in order to make up our losses. It's like, what the fuck? Like, destroying livelihoods because you fucked up. It's fucked up. You have a certain amount of money and it becomes everyone else's problem. When you like, if I suddenly, like, fumble thousands of my own money, it's my problem. The person who suffers is me, because I then done fucked up by buying a really expensive dance mat. Shit! I'm okay. I saved for it. I was very rational, but it was very expensive. I wanted it, and I knew I could afford it. I saved for it. I was saving. I was actually saving for the YuanCon instead, because Yuan was building a DDR replica pad, but then a Stepmania pad went into stock, and I was like, what was the final price tag including shipping? I'm not fucking telling you that. I'm not telling you the number. Coward. Absolutely, it's embarrassing. It was about $350. Low 4 digits is your assumption. Around that, yeah. It was about, I'll give you a ballpark, because honestly I don't remember the precise number right now. But it was a little north of £2,000. Yeah, right? The amount of, honestly, that I was like fucking nauseous after I dropped the cash on it, because I was like, that's such a painful amount. So I do not have the money to be doing extravagances like that often. This is very much like an end game purchase for me. But I had been saving up for that for, like, years, you know?
That's disgusting.
Yeah, no, like, it's to be... It wasn't, like, expensive for what it is. For what the device is, that's a pretty normal amount of money to spend. Like, that's what you pay for. That's just how much one of those things costs, but also... The night I dropped the money on that and realized my order actually went through, like I was in time somehow in order to receive it, and I didn't get beaten to the punch by people who, like, game the checkout process to get one before they sell out, I was fucking sick. I was like, holy shit, that felt bad. But I really like it now that I have it. I still have, I don't know, I think it's normal. I think it's not, you spend a lot of money on one thing, even if you can afford it, and you have wanted it, and you have saved for it, it's like, wow, fuck, I feel violently ill. That is a nauseating amount of money to spend on something at once. Fuck. And I don't want to come off like I'm bragging either. That's the thing, is it, like, it's talking about that, it's like, well, you spent that much money on a thing. Clearly. But it's nice. I like it. It's a bit of an eyesore in the living room, but it very much does the job nicely. It's an arcade quality kit. It's responsive. It's crisp. Feels good to play on. That's not gonna work. Oh, it did. Wow. Spent roughly the same on an office chair. I did spend a good few hundred on the chair, but that didn't make me, like, unwell, because a chair is a key investment. You can't cheap out on the chair. Especially for me, streamer man, and someone who also, like, works from home when he does his normal job. You gotta invest in a good quality office chair for shit like this. If I was doing this from, like, a fucking $10 deck chair, my back would be in tatters by now. can't cheap out on the chair. Oh yeah, you know what? Pursuant to the dance mat, I also bought a pair of horrible five-toed freak shoes to go with it. Because I liked the look of it from when I was watching someone play doubles and they were using those shoes. And I was like, what the fuck kind of shoes are they? Vibram, I think they're called. Vibram five-finger shoes. They're toed. They look horrible. I call them the freak shoes. For freaks. So, and I was curious about the freak shoes because that guy really liked them for doubles and he's a very energetic player. And I was like, are they really so good? Do people swear by the shoes? I don't want to get caught up in the shoes because when it comes to the quality of play, shoes are not my problem. You know, like, I am regular mediocre at the dancing game. It is not the shoes. But, you know, a comfortable pair of shoes for the dance game felt like a good investment if I'm going to do it indoor. You know, like, have a pair of dance gaming shoes so that I'm not wearing, like, the things covered in fucking mud and nonsense for my indoor pad. Keep it nice and clean. So I invested in a pair of the horrible toed shoes. And they're really nice. They're very, very comfortable, and I'm like, damn it, I like the freak shoes. The freak shoes for freaks are really nice. They're nice to play in, and I like them so much I actually just bought another pair for, like, regular outdoor usage. So I have, like, an outdoor pair of freak shoes and an indoor pair of freak shoes. It's like, shit. Become one of those people who cares about the shoes. But they're nice, they're comfortable. Do you wear them to the office? I have not had the confidence to do that yet. I still just have, like, a regular pair of trainers. Why did that go straight? I was holding down left and it went straight right. I didn't even make any attempts to push. I'm not surprised that didn't work. That probably wouldn't have worked anyway. That did not look amazing. But I did not even try. That's an analog stick room. Can't put a money or a dignity price on comfort? I know. I could totally wear the freak. The thing about that is that I currently don't have any, like, fucking socks to go with my freak shoes. Which is fine if I'm just wearing them to the corner shop. But less so if I'm gonna wear them, like, no socks, it just feels weird. My feet feel naked. Like, you can get toe socks to wear with the freak shoes, but I don't have any right now. I didn't think that part through properly. Mainly because I just wanted them for, like, I don't give a shit about the socks, I'm just using them for dance gaming, right? And indoors anyway. Yeah, you need freak socks.
What's this?
I don't have freak socks. Used to wear Crocs. See, now, Crocs. I could not imagine trying to play dance games in Crocs. No! That's grim. Bit orangey. Trying to play dance games while wearing like they're not low profile at all.
Was I dreaming?
Like, part of the appeal of the freak shoes for dance gaming is that they're light and low profile, but they're not the same as, like, being... Because being barefoot on a pad is, like, kind of gross. Don't do that. I mean, if you're at home, you can do whatever you like, I guess. I'm talking to, like, the 3 people in my chat who, assumably, may have, like, the means to play dance games at home. But if you're in a public fucking arcade, put shoes on. Don't put your fucking bare feet on the goddamn pads. That's gross, man. What about socks? Put shoes on. don't want your stop it. It's just a bit gross to do that. Hey, sort of dogs. Has anyone do that in an arcade? I have. I see people do it all the time, especially on the dance rush machine. For the love of fucking God, put your shoes on. Don't put your don't put socks on for that. You're gonna get sweat all over the fucking array, and then it's gonna gunk the thing up. Don't do that. I'm not concerned about the person who's doing it. I'm not concerned for their feet, although if you cross a bracket funny, you're gonna break your toe. I'm more concerned about the fact that for Dance Rush Stardom at least, if you're gonna sweat through your goddamn socks, you're gonna gunk up the fucking array. And then I have to wipe the thing down. Boo, RNG fail. Come on. First run that gets this far and I get 2 RNG fails in a row. Fucking grim, dude. Both of those are way too far back to make function. First run that gets this far after learning the setup and I get 2 RNG fails in a row. Epic. Cool setup. That's why this split is labeled Run Probably Dies, because the run probably dies when you get to this split, since this trick is unreliable garbage. We'll play this one out anyway. I haven't finished an 80% run in, like, months. Why was that so wide?
I disagree.
The Taikero, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. You should always wipe down shit after yourself. Well, to be fair, at least at the arcade I typically go to, they don't really give you anything to do that with for Dance Rush Stardom. They should provide a Swiffer. They don't, though. Well, I tried to strafe and the game just kind of ignored it, so that's cool. It's an arcade since 2004, back then everyone had a towel and we had Clorox wipes. I do bring a towel, because I'm playing the dance games. Things I actually haven't been to, like, either of the arcades that are reasonably local to me in probably, like, over half a year or something. It's been a while. Like, I more or less stopped going over the pandemic for obvious reasons. And then when they came back from the pandemic, there was like a fucking ticketing system in place for like going. I don't know. They instituted like a thing where you had to. I don't know. It put me off. It added like additional fat. You couldn't just turn up anymore. Was the basic gist of that. It was faff. That's what that's faff. But apparently it's been some time now and they're sort of back to normal operations. So I could go again. And I'm still probably not going to make a habit out of it. Because it's just expensive. And I've got got a huge-ass thing in my living room now for it. That's why you bought it, so you don't have to go to the arcade. You save money. Technically, maybe. It was actually an investment the whole time. People just don't know about the investment. Same over the course of several decades. I actually do not think it would take several decades for it to pay off. The train ticket, because like when I say local arcade, I can't walk to it. It's a train ride. And unfortunately, due to a variety of factors, like the miserable failure of our railway system, train tickets are ludicrously overpriced in the UK. So going to the arcade is actually pretty expensive. Haha. I mean, really, it's already, it's already paid off. Because I can play on days the arcade isn't even open. The arcade's not open on a Tuesday. You blame Thatcher? Correct. That's the correct thing to do. Infinite Valley. The arcade's not open on a Tuesday. I wouldn't be able to play it on a Tuesday either way. But I can now. I did. That's incredible. Tuesday. The general routine I've been going through the past couple, like over the past week or so, while it still fascinates me, while I'm still very excited to have it, is wake up, eat breakfast, play for like 2 to 4 hours, something like that. That might sound like a lot, like 4 hours. Like on Monday, my hips were screaming. you probably, if you were here for the stream, I was complaining about it. So I was like, fuck my ass, everything hurts. Play 2 to 4 hours, eat lunch, stream, and/or edit video. That's been my routine. Because right now I'm still fascinated. By the end of the week, Punchy had legs like tree trunks. I already feel stronger. That's fucked up. That's the fucked up thing about it. I already feel stronger. My legs feel stronger. Can you add custom songs to it? Yeah, if you want to. It connects to a PC. Like, the pad itself connects to a PC, so I can run anything that runs on a PC. So I can do Stepmania, I can do In the Groove, I can do DDR Grand Prix, if I can ever get it to fucking work, because trying to use Konami's actual software is horrible. It's amazing how the legal option is more difficult to get working than any other alternative. Like, Grand Prix is more challenging to get functioning than just fucking Stepmania with all the converts installed. It's ridiculous. Because, like, they actually make an official PC release of DDR these days. Like, it exists. You can get it. You can download it. Like, they make a real one that you can get. It's a proper official thing. It's like, it's the DDR-A3 engine packaged for the PC. It's like, it's proper. It's proper. But I have thus far failed to get it to fucking boot. Can't get it to boot. It just fails with a mysterious error message that doesn't tell me anything. So I'm currently kind of stuck on how to... I don't really need it. I installed the official thing as like a curiosity. You're competing with Stepmania. Guys, it needs to be effortless. Any recommendations on Stepmania packs with good music? Unfortunately, no. I really have so far only played officials. Like, you can put, like, the way I've got it is you can put custom songs. I know how to do that. Blah. But my interest primarily lies with the DDR officials. That should have been light off. And even among the DDR officials, there's like 2,600 songs. You're not getting through all that. Takes ages. Ah. Why didn't you open the door, Harry? And so far I haven't streamed with the setup, because it's in the living room and the lighting in that room is bad and it's like on my old computer. It does have OBS installed, like I could. It's not physically impossible for me to stream from it, I just haven't because I don't need to. I didn't buy it for stream, fundamentally. What the fuck are you stuck on, you dumbass? What the fuck? Ah. Hey, last American. There's like a spreadsheet out there of a lot of the modern ITG pack releases. It's where you find the authored stuff from the more organized sects of the community. There's also there's entire fan games built on top of Stepmania as well. There's like, what is it? There's like DDR Max 3. Just like, what if we made an entire classically styled DDR mix? If it were made today. And there's like fucking 100 songs or some shit in it. It's very big. It's all charted with the classic DDR sensibility. Yeehaw. I do glitch. It's an interesting project that people made it. Even more Silent Hill Darks. That's just reminded me. I keep forgetting to play it. There is the Silent Hill 3 opening song is in DDR, like it's an official. It was in the game, from like Supernova to X. wasn't a big fan of the Silent Hill game that had the political message, but I watched you play it, so YT will pay me. Thanks. Although I don't know which game you mean. Which one had the political message? Oh. Me complaining about my hips. Oh. Wouldn't you think you found where to download, but by coincidence the site is on maintenance? It is a Tuesday, so yes. I think e-amusement maintenance is like, it's like Tuesday. Is it Tuesday or is it Thursday? No, Thursday is Steam, isn't it? Wide turn, my ass! Fuck. Steam is... oh, no, Tuesday is Steam. Whatever. Yeah, no, it's called DDR Grand Prix, and honestly, there are... you're gonna need to look up a guide for how to get it to go, like, especially if you can't read Japanese. Because they have not made it in any way, like, easy to comprehend. Like, I can read Japanese, and I still found it confusing, because Konami's website design is fucking dreadful. Like, for instance, I have no idea where you need to go on their website to find the download link. I couldn't do it. I challenged myself to navigate from the Konami e-amusement homepage to DDR Grand Prix. Couldn't fucking do it. I had to Google it. I had to Google just the name of the game directly and go straight to the page. There's no fuck... you cannot find the damn thing. Trying to navigate their website cannot be done. Awful. Out of curiosity more than anything, I do know about Stepmania. Oh yeah, of course. I downloaded it out of curiosity, and so far, I can't get it to fucking run. It doesn't boot. For what it's worth, in order to play anything more than the very limited, like, selection of trial songs they have so that you can test your, like, your setup and make sure the game runs okay for you, etc., you need a, like, $15 a month subscription to specifically DDR Grand Prix. The pricing structure of the game is about as insane as it gets without it being a gacha. But also, it's an arcade, like, it's literally an arcade game. Like, it's not just a port of an arcade game, it is a fucking arcade game. So it's like surgically designed to not impinge on the arcade business model, so if you don't have access to the arcade business model, it's a little, it's a weird you have like one piece of what's meant to be a companion thing. Like, it has all the content, but it's expensive like an arcade cabinet. I can't even describe it right now. Again, you need a guide. You need a guide to help you through the process. Hey, DSP. Thanks for the good luck. Because the pricing structure of that game is absolutely fucking insane. If I could get it working, though, I'd backpocket it for streams. But I haven't cracked that chestnut yet. Don't know, it just crashes on boot. Just errors out, and the error message is, not helpful. It does not display properly, because the year is 2024, and Konami are still doing that thing where their shit doesn't fucking display properly if your computer isn't set to Japanese locale, except mine is, and it's still fucking up. So I've come to the conclusion that shit's just fucking cursed. Don don. Did I try a run of short message? Not yet, no. I understand it's basically the current DDR engine in use in arcades. Yeah, DDR has been just a Windows application since... I want to say X2, but I'm not totally sure about that. Your light's still on, dumbass. questionable lines. Woohoo! Alright. Now that I have scared off like 3/4 of my audience with relentless rhythm game talk. What's coming out in May? What are the new video games coming out? Oh my god. Odd. Do we just walk forward with the gun out or not with the gun out? I can't remember. I think it's with the gun out. No, it's not with the gun out. If you walk with the gun out, it becomes less responsive. Why was nowhere so slow?
Daddy. Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy.
I lose so much time.
Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be.
3x, probably worse, honestly.
This can't be happening.
This was like
Cheryl!
4th try void walk because I got fucking RNG fail 3 times in a row. Very epic.
It's a world record!
Unlikely.
Harry. Go.
There are 2. Are there 2 punches? I thought there's only 1. I'm here. There's 2 of me? Ah! No, I don't like that. Get... What the fuck? Get this guy out of here. Oh no, 3x. Okay. That does pass, more or less. Right, I need to pee, and unfortunately that means I have to stand up. I'm gonna turn my camera off before I do this, because I will be honest with you, I am wearing very loose trousers, and I'm scared that the second I stand up, they're gonna fall just low enough for you to be able to see my butt. Okay, they're not that loose.
It's a world record!
I'm back. It's like I never left. Yeah, I'm wearing like loose jogging bottoms right now. They're very good for lounging around the house in. DDR speedrun when? There's like not really a lot of great options for that. Some of the console games have mission modes. But thing is that I can't use the fucked up, like, powerful arcade pad for those because it connects to a PC over USB. And the console games are PS1 and PS2. So those don't well, why not emulate? A, I'm not a big emulation guy when it comes to speedruns. And B, rhythm games especially do not emulate that well. Like, it is very difficult to get the sync to behave itself on the PS1 DDR mixers.
Hey, wait! Stop!
Hey, Absolute Zero. How have the runs been today? Shite! I mean, they've not been that bad. The last run was like a 30-36. That's not terrible. For automation for DDR. For mission mode, you have to play under certain restrictions. For Supernova 2 mission mode, there is a mission type that, where the notes don't have any timing, you just have to bash through them as fast as possible. So you can definitely do that speed-like. DDR Merrimix story mode. That's like the most boring one, though. Like, that is technically a linear campaign, but Mario Mix is like the worst DDR game. And it would bore me senseless. I'm trying to get 70k subs in one stream. No, 70k... Jesus. 70k blessing refers to the fucking console I'm using. The PS2... I'm using a... Okay, so PS2s have a serial number that identifies their make. And specifically, PS2s that have a serial number of 70k are generally faster for Silent Hill 1. That's the short version. There is a more complicated explanation for that, but you don't need the complicated explanation.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Is PS2 where the voice lines sound so weird? Yes! If you play on a PS1 without... Or if you just play without fast disk speed enabled on a PS2, they sound normal. You say for Silent Hill 1, are there different models that are good for different games, or is that model good for all games? So, PS1 speedrunning is a fucking nightmare. It's the first thing. Some models are better for different games than others. It depends on the game. There's no way of knowing which. There aren't any good rules to work with. It's just a total crapshoot. For the most part, the general rule, like, the baseline rule of thumb is that the 90k loads faster in circumstances where loads are important, and the 70k performs more stably in circumstances where performance is important. But this is not a hard rule. It's a tendency, but it's not a hard rule. Please walk forward. And you also have sensationally stupid situations where sometimes fat PS2s are faster. Anything that supports the hard drive, for instance, is generally going to be faster on a fat because slims can't use the hard drive. That's a very niche use case. But then you just have cases like Crash Team Racing, which is faster on the fat 30k models because, fuck you, it just is. You just gotta know. You just gotta know. Like, I was running on a 90k for Silent Hill 1 for the longest time, and then I was alerted to the fact that, generally speaking, most console runners prefer a 70k for the better performance in keyer moments. So then I swap over to the 70k model, and I start PBing like crazy, and all bosses just like one after the other, one after the other. It's like it just starts coming in like it's nothing, and I'm just like, shit, that's real. Like, the 70k, like, actually makes a difference. It doesn't make the run faster, but it makes it, like, easier to execute, because it's just the performance is better in several key locations. It's accepted wisdom for a reason, as I'm learning. So does it technically give you an objective numbers advantage? No. Does it make the run easier? I think so. I think I agree. I agree with that. The logic checks out. You can feel the difference for sure. If you're like experienced enough with Silent Hill 1 to the point where these little performance hiccups are like ingrained into your psyche, you do notice. You do pick up on such things. It is a noticeable thing. That's PS1 speedrunning. In fact, I think 70k might be better for Resident Evil Survivor as well. That's a bit harder to gauge, but I was putting up... Like, it's definitely slower RTA is the fucked up thing, but IGT, it seems to go really fast. But why are we timing Resident Evil Survivor via the IGT anyway? Why are we still doing that? No one... Fuck it. This should be real-time already. Like, it's real-time if it's on emulator. They swapped the timing method for emulator, but not for console. I think in a specific effort to drive me insane. Sadly, the only PS2 you have is a US 30k. Well, I have great news for you if you want to speedrun Crash Team Racing. For what it's worth, the differences between different models of PS2 aren't massive overall. Like, if you have a PlayStation 2, you can speedrun PlayStation 2 games for the most part. Like, it doesn't make a tremendous difference. PS1 game's expensive now. Japanese copies, not really. Console is not IGT and gun server. Console is IGT, emulator is not, and it shouldn't be. The IGT in that game is fucked. It should be real time. So Resident Evil Survivor is one of a handful of games where somehow the IGT is like larger than the RTA. No one fucking knows why. Like, you do a 34-minute run and the IGT says 38, and you're like, what the fuck are you counting? And you don't get consistent results off it. It's fucked up. And it's susceptible to, like, lag. Split, you asshole. That was so late. Does it add or load cutscene times? I don't think so. I mean, it adds cutscene times if you sit through them. Does it count from game boot? No. But what it is counting from is a bit more of a mystery. Who knows? PNS to keep the copies working and disk clean and stuff after multiple usages. Unless you're using your games like fucking drinks coasters, it's not that big of a deal. I have been using this used Japanese copy of Silent Hill 1 for like 5 years. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't know why Americans keep their discs in such bad fucking like, the opinions of this really come from people who do not take very good care of their fucking games. Because I always have this problem when buying American used games. Americans take such fucking awful care of their games, so buying used video games is a crapshoot because you might get something like pretty crap. It's like, this is in terrible condition and the game barely boots. It's like, how did you achieve this? Whereas everything I have ever bought from Japan is in stunningly good condition. Just take better care of your stuff. and then they'll last longer. Like, discs don't last forever, nothing does, obviously. You know, everyone dies one day, but the need for, like, optical drive emulators is, like, only really a pressing concern because Americans are collectively irresponsible. We are not at the point where the majority of discs are failing due to time. Anyway, getting speedrun of that amazing Silent Hill Online web game. If you mean Ascension, Ascension isn't even a video game, so never. Disc repair machines exist. They don't really repair discs. I mean, they buff out the thing. And still reburn discs, right? That's the other thing as well. If you want to, like, for speedrunning as well, if you want to, like, burn a copy of Silent Hill 1, no one's gonna stop you. You know, we're not the police. Just as long as it's not, like, a modified ISO you put on the thing, I don't give a fuck. I played it but heard it was pay to win for the choices. It's not a video game, you can't play it. There is no gameplay in Ascension. Think that the modified IGT would be legit someday? No. Fuck. Harry. No, that was grim. Reset that shit. You're throwing, but I understand. No mods. Just don't mod the fucking game. It's not complicated.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
If you're doing a speedrun of a console game, no ISO mods. Just none. Don't do that.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
If you must burn a disc, burn a normal disc. Don't burn a modded disc. It's very straightforward, I think. It's a console game. No mods. Hey Alex, hope I'm having a decent day. I'm having a decent day. Why did speedrun.com deny my speedrun I made on my Android phone? I have gotten those submissions of people like doing speedruns of games on like an Android emulator on their phone. I'm like, this is a very impressive setup that you managed to bodge together. No.
What's going on here?
Reject. What the fuck? I feel like I have encountered every insane way that you could possibly devise to speedrun a PS1 game that isn't just putting a disc in the fucking console. I do not, like, please, be normal. There's some console games that use mods like Code Veronica with door skip. Yeah.
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
The thing about Code Veronica is that that game takes 40 minutes longer without door skip. Also, I think door skip is considered like a separate category.
This is my dream.
I held forward and he
What's happening to this place?
didn't walk. Yeah, it's not main. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm surprised it was allowed for Code Veronica. I'm not really complaining. If it's its own category, then, like, whatever. I'm just surprised. People go to the hassle of, like, getting the door skip mod working on their console. You can. It's possible. It's fucking hassle, but you can do it. CV's on the menu for the remake, apparently? Yeah, I think so. Capcom has said, they've, like, explicitly said that they are making more Resident Evil remakes, so that the furore of, like, you know, which Resident Evil game are they remaking next? It's probably either Code Veronica or 5. Those are, like, the two candidates that swirl around in people's brains the most. And then you had Albert Wesker's voice actor tweeting, you know, I've been working on a new thing, which actually doesn't narrow it down in the slightest, because Albert Wesker is in 5, Code Veronica, 0, and 1, so fuck, that doesn't help in the slightest. If I'm gonna, like, throw my lot in of, like, what they're remaking, I think Code Veronica. I think that just makes the most sense. Now, I think the most inspired choice of Resident Evil remake would be Sweet Home. Oh! Twist! What if the next Resident Evil remake isn't Resident Evil at all, but Sweet Home? Could you fucking imagine, though? I would hit the roof. Because that, like, how would you do that in the modern day? That would be inspired. You'd have to come up, because, like, Sweet Home is an RPG. If they made a generic third-person shooter, I'd be really, really cross. But I'd love to see how you approach what Sweet Home is in, like, a modern format. They're not gonna do it. Like, that's obviously this is a fantasy, a fiction. But God, that would be interesting. The Kim Kambi Manhua? No. That name, they took that one to steal fucking SEO. Sweet Home is a Famicom game. And also a Japanese movie. That's the reason they wouldn't remake Sweet Home, is that it's actually based on a movie. People are also clamoring for a Dino Crisis remake. I would play a Dino Crisis remake. I'm just a bit less enthusiastic about that one. I think I like Dino Crisis a relatively normal amount. Like, it's alright. It's fine. It's a bit puzzle-heavy for my liking. Now, I think a remake could be very interesting, because with the modern technology, you could make the dinosaurs very, very interesting. You could make them behave in more complex ways. They're still working on a Silent Hill remake? Yeah, Silent Hill 2 remake is being made still. I read an article on Automaton Media, it's a Japanese publication. Apparently how people are... It's a very, like, very pulpy kind of article that I read. It's like, fans are speculating that James's face has changed in the run-up to release to the Silent Hill 2 remake, because apparently the Steam page's little icon thing, the assets they use, updated somewhat recently, and James's face looks a little different in that update. The little icons that have the assets with, like, with that stuff. James's face is in one of them, and it looks a little different now. They made a little tweak to his face. They're tweaking a little, they made it a little different. It looks a little different now. The little guy looks different. He had a little something done. No, it's not like a big deal. I didn't think it was like news, but I saw the thing and I read it, so clearly, you know, clearly it worked. Serpent, nice. Very nice. Fantastic nice. Wonder why they didn't go for Silent Hill 1 Remake first, because Silent Hill 2 is the most popular one. Straightforwardly, that's why. Joester, thanks for the good luck. Thank you very much. Silent Hill 2 is the most fondly remembered and critically praised one, especially in hindsight, so they remade it first. Even though that is, in itself, kind of a sign of not getting it, since Silent Hill 2 works best if you play Silent Hill 1 first. There is a reason I'm doing it. I'm on that bullshit again. He's gonna repeat his whole fucking thesis. There is a reason that these games are presented as a set. You know, there is a reason that they're numbered from 1 to 3. I didn't turn my light off, and I got away with it, ha ha ha, funny. Any Silent Hill needs a remake, it's 4. I don't think any of them need remakes. I would have just taken ports, personally. Feel like you want to do 1 and 3 together? That, like, gives it away, though. The thing about Silent Hill 3 is that its connection to 1 is, like, a secret. I know everyone knows these days, you know, because we've all played the games and what have you. But you don't actually find out that Silent Hill 3 is directly related to Silent Hill 1 until you're, like, fucking 4 hours in. It's on that, like, Chrono Cross shit. It's like a twist. Is someone ready to get a remake? No. Oh, that Shattered Memories deal? It's not a remake. Why are you walking, Mason? A Silent Hill game you'd like to remake in a way that fixes it for me, like The Room or Downpour? I would like them to remake Silent Hill 1, but have it actually run at like a real frame rate. The biggest issue of Silent Hill 1 is that it runs like crap. And I like the PS1 games, like, you know, I live here, I live in the PS1 world, I'm used to it, but Silent Hill 1 runs like crap. If they did, like, a Tomb Raider remaster style re-release of this game where it, like, runs at the proper frame rate, I would be fucking ecstatic. I would be overjoyed. My heart would be full. And my graces would be given. Honestly, I think the Tomb Raider remaster is like the ideal. Like that is like the platonic ideal of a remaster to me. That is I cannot picture a more perfect way to do it. That is the stuff. When it comes to remasters of PlayStation 1 games, it doesn't get any better than that. It's peak. It's peak. What about an MGS Master Collection style port? That'd probably be better than nothing. Given that I'm of the apparently very controversial opinion that the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection version is okay. Like, it's not any worse than the PS1 version. It's pretty much the same. See, the thing about that is that, like, it's pretty much the same. Like, they didn't make any, like, frame rate improvements. Metal Gear Solid 1 still runs at, like, locked 30, very often drops to, like, 25 in outdoor areas. ここでは使うことはできない! Could maybe have been better, though. Could have been better, but it's about the same as playing the game on a PS1, by and large. Yeah, when Metal Gear Solid 1 came out, it still run on Master Collection. It still runs at, like, locked 30, sometimes dipping to, like, 20 in the outdoor areas. And I saw lots of, very incensed frame rate comparison videos complaining about that. And it's like, that's just PS1 games, dude. It's like, that, it has always, in fact, ran like shit. That's just Metal Gear Solid 1. It's just always done that. You know, so is that the modern standard? Not really, but as far as the comparison to a PS1 game goes, that's pretty much what it was like. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's the thing. That is the experience. So yeah, if they did a Master Collection style release for Silent Hill 1. People would fucking hate it. I'd like it, though. It's better than it not being available at all, I think. Even though people are going to complain about it being very chunky, polygonal, and not 60 FPS, even though that's just PS1 games, man. That's just what you came here for. That's the thing. Metal Gear Solid 1 was already remade, yeah, there are Twin Snakes, but Twin Snakes garners a very mixed reception among fans for a variety of reasons. Like, I saw Twin Snakes, sort of recently, when I was making, like, the Metal Gear Solid video for my YouTube channel. I took a look at Twin Snakes, because I wasn't overly familiar with it, and I was very surprised how, like, they really did just, like, paste the Metal Gear Solid 2 aesthetic over Metal Gear Solid 1 for that game, which is really weird. Like, it's uncanny. Because Metal Gear Solid 1 doesn't have that vibe. Like, Metal Gear Solid 2 has a different vibe, and its UI reflects that. But they really just, like, pasted that look straight onto Metal Gear Solid 1, and it's like, huh?
Agree.
Do you agree? Radio achievements. Thank you for the 7 months of agreement. 7 months of Prime Gaming, or Prime Agreement. Which, I don't know, I'm not sure that makes Twin Snakes bad, but it definitely, like, the aesthetic of the UI is very particular. Is very particular to Metal Gear Solid 2, you know? Like, the kind of computery interface look of the UI. There's a reason it looks like that, you know? We all know the twist of Metal Gear Solid 2 by now, right? It looks a certain way, and that enhances the mood. Because it looks a little different from how it looks in Metal Gear Solid 1. And then Twin Snakes, it looks the same as Metal Gear Solid 2, even though the context is different. And now it looks off and strange. Still, Twin Snakes, apparently, I think I'd probably like playing Twin Snakes, at least. I don't have a copy of Twin Snakes. Spoilers. It's a fucking GameCube game! It's like 20 years old. Kind of hope they don't try to remake Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. I don't think we have to worry about that. I can't split. Those YouTube videos that, like, actually this collection is bad for a nitpicky reason puts casual people off when they vaguely hear it's a bad collection when it's not. Given the standards of, like, the Silent Hill HD collection catches a lot of shit, right? And that is totally earned. That collection is bad. Like, it performs badly, the games are slow, they sound weird, all sorts of things are wrong. Like, it's glitchy as fuck, too, that's a big problem. By comparison, the Metal Gear Master Collection is fucking fine. It is perfectly playable. Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 are perfectly playable all the way through with no major issues, and they look fine. They look kinda crusty, because they're 720p, but they look pretty much on par with the previous HD collection release for the Xbox 360, which looks fine. It's a fine release of the video game. They are perfectly playable. You know, they're not 10 out of 10 masterpiece remasters like fucking Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider really, like, showed everyone how it was done. But they're fine. It's like... it's playable. It works fine. I don't really have any major complaints. The major complaint I had was a lack of window mode, and that was fixed in, like, 2 weeks. How do you beat Psycho Mantis, then? You open the system menu. And change the controller port. So yeah, if they made a Metal Gear Solid, a Master Collection Metal Gear Solid style re-release of the Silent Hill, of the Silent Hill games, I would not mind. Oh my god, bad. All of that is grim. Even for the remasters, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You open the menu, and you change the controller port. Didn't extra button to put down your weapon in Metal Gear Solid 2? Yeah, because it relied on the pressure-sensitive face buttons of the PS2, which modern consoles don't have. So they added... it's slightly less elegant, I grant you. You have to use an extra button for it, and that's a bit awkward sometimes, but, like, you gotta do something. Meanwhile, the Silent Hill HD collection, you can't fucking do the pressure-sensitive kick in Silent Hill 2 anymore. It's just gone. Like, it's just, they just took it out of the game. Like, it's just not there anymore. There's a pressure-sensitive kick? Yeah, I know no one notices that it exists in the first place. It's not like a massive loss, but when an enemy is downed, you get a different kick animation depending on how hard you whack the button. And it's just not there. In the HD and PC collection, and PC releases, it's gone. It's just not there. You just can't do it. Unimplemented. How many games truly use the pressure-sensitive buttons in a meaningful way outside of driving games? The Bouncer! the Bouncer is a beat-em-up game where you get different attacks depending on how hard you press the button. It's fucking impossible! Trying to execute complex combos in the Bouncer takes a whole other kind of skill. You gotta modulate your fucking strength with how you hit the button. You press them buttons too hard, you're getting the wrong normal, bro. As a music game nerd, you'll mention some Mad Maestro. I have never heard of that. That's like, damn. Upstaging even me. The only Maestro game I know of is a PS1 game where you have like the conductor's baton as like a peripheral that you can plug in. Does Star Ocean 3 also use pressure sensitivity? Star Ocean 3, I'm pressure sensitive to talk about Star Ocean 3. So in a sense, yes. Which is to say, fuck Star Ocean 3. Hate Star Ocean 3. Didn't realize I had an actual opinion on Star. I'm totally serious. Fuck Star Ocean 3, dude. I remember when, what was it? We were watching, I forget which conference this game was shown at, but they were showing, like, the new one. It was, like, finally announced. They announced a new Star Ocean after the fucking shit show that was Integrity and Faithlessness. And I was like, oh boy, Star Ocean. Then I remembered, wait, I fucking hate Star Ocean. I was like, wait, am I actually excited about this? I just remembered I hate Star Ocean. Because I've played Till the End of Time, which brings my piss to a boil. And then there was... Oh, I can't remember the order these games came out in. Integrity and Faithlessness is poo. Very poo. Even people who like Star Ocean don't like Integrity and Faithlessness. And there was that other one in between whose name I'm forgetting. It was also kind of dreck. Star Ocean fucking sucks, guys. No! The crab! Oh! Guess I forget that you really are a JRPG guy at heart. I really am a JRPG guy at heart. And Star Ocean 3 fucking sucks. Ooh, what if you died if your MP hit 0? What if you died if I stabbed you? Oh wait, what? I see we are hitting the people who do not know what Star Ocean 3's deal is. Ah! Wrong. Do you know, I've got a Japanese copy of Star Ocean 3 on the way. Not on purpose, it just came as part of a lot that had other things in it. I can't even use it, right? The initial Japanese release of Star Ocean 3 fucks up memory cards because the game is trash! I can't even use that version of the game. I remember I got the lot with Star Ocean 3 in it, and I had a couple of other games that I'm more interested in playing. So the fact that Star Ocean is in it is, like, totally incidental. The lot was, like, $3. I was in it for a couple of other RPGs that looked interesting to me. And I was like, shit, I just remembered, like, after I'd purchased the lot, I was like, fuck, is that the original version, or is it director's cut? And I looked at this original, I'm like, shit, that's why he threw it in. It's the bomb. That really didn't go through, that's grim. I was wondering, like, it's a 3-game lot for, like, $3. And, you know, these aren't rare games I was looking at, and I was like, okay, that's pretty cheap. Steam Star Ocean 3, and then I remembered, like, after I bought it, I was like, fuck, that's why he threw that game in. He threw the bomb game in. The one you can't fucking put in your PS2 or it's gonna break your memory card. Cheeky bastard. Now I have the bomb game. Well, what the hell? Okay, to be more specific, the original Japanese release, like, this doesn't happen in English copies, it was fixed before it came out. Original non-director's cut releases of Star Ocean 3 are prone to fucking up your memory card. They're also prone to just freezing a lot. It's really buggy. The original release of Star Ocean 3 is bugged to shit and back. It is a danger to your memory card, and it is possibly a danger to your unit. Dire. Very dire. The reports on that one are quite bad. There are later versions of the base Star Ocean 3 that don't have the fucked up problems, but there isn't really a great way to tell. Like, there's a patch disc that came out, because obviously, when the game came out in Japan, people were like, this shit is crashing my fucking PS2, what the hell? So they had a huge palaver on their hands, but many replaced discs exist of the original make of Star Ocean 3 before Director's Cut, like, permanently fixed the bugs, and that's the version you probably actually want to get if you're going to get a JP version of Star Ocean 3. It doesn't have, if you're playing an English version, you're just good by default, like, it doesn't matter, it's fine. English Star Ocean 3 won't break your fucking PS2. It's only JP that has that problem. Oh, what a turn. Very powerful. It's a shame the rest of the hospital was grim. Didn't know it was that bad. It's quite bad. It's quite bad, like.
Was I dreaming?
Anyway, I'm probably never actually going to use that copy of Star Ocean 3. It came with a couple of other games I was more interested in. In fact, I don't know why I'm like being cagey with the names. I can just say it. I'm not planning on making videos about them. There was Monomorph no Kiheitai. 7. Monomorph no Kiheitai. Which what is it? Like 7 Cavalry of Molmorph? No one's ever fucking heard of it. It looks really cool though. And Zillow Infinite, which is a game of... how do you even pronounce it? I'm not sure. I took a stab at that one. I was like, ooh, PS2 RPGs. Both of them untranslated, never released. Also, fucking Star Ocean 3 in the lot. I'll snap that up right quick, like. For fun. Ever played any Harvest Moon? No, I don't have, like, the... I don't really enjoy that kind of thing. Kept thinking I was talking about Star Ocean 2. No. Star Ocean 2 is the one that everyone tells me is the good one. You know, it's like, oh, Punchy, Star Ocean 2 is the good one. And I'm like, every time... I've learned this trick from the Sonic fandom. They're always like, oh, no, fucking... Dude, Sonic 3 is the good one. No, it isn't. Fuck off. Leave me alone. Anyway, I do actually... The thing about this, though, is that I actually do have a copy of Star Ocean 2 Remake. The new one. Because Square Enix just sent me a key for it. And it's like, what if they're not... Wait, what if Star Ocean 2 really is the good one, you know? God damn it. But I haven't gotten around to playing it because I'm so put off by it because of every other Star Ocean game I've played I've hated. Why do you keep playing Star Ocean games, streamer? I don't know. Boo, RNG fail. Fuck my life, dude. Fine. Second is fine, given that the first one was an RNG fail. Ugh. Star Ocean 2 is out. You wouldn't say it's, like, great or anything. Maybe one day I'll get it. I have lots of things I want to do at any given time. Will I get around to it one day? Maybe. I haven't even finished Persona 3 Reload that yet, though, and I actually like Persona 3. You like 3? Why? Why? Justify yourself to me right now. Nice Void Walk. No, first attempt was RNG fail, so I lose time. Haha, funny. You don't understand, as a Sonic fan, you just have to play every single game in the series and find out a lot of them are bad. I did. Here's the fucked up thing. I used to be roommates with someone for whom Sonic Adventure 2 was, like, their favorite game ever, so I got... As a result of that sort of, like, general osmosis, I became involved with, like, the Sonic speedrunning scene, and for the most part, those guys are really nice. The problem is just that I don't fucking like Sonic games. So inevitably, I ended up trying, like, hard to find... Like, I ended up playing, like, almost all of the Sonic games. Like, almost all of them in an effort to, like, there's gotta be at least one of these that doesn't suck fucking shit, right? And I never found it, really. I'm that guy. They were never good. I really am that guy. I regret to inform you. Oh, it's doing the bug. No. I hate this game. It did the bug. That fight was supposed to end like 3 shots ago. It's an issue with the game where sometimes the fight doesn't end properly. That moth is pissed. That moth fucked up. It's not that he was pissed, it's that he should have died 3 shots ago, but there's like an it's funny because describing it as a bug is like, you know, there's a bug on the screen, it's a moth, but no, like, that's an actual programming error with the game. That guy was supposed to die, it didn't.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
But you may have noticed as well is that I got stabbed like twice and Harry didn't even blink.
Where are you going?
I didn't take any damage from that. Like, the problem is that the fight is supposed to end, it's
stop.
supposed to call the end routine, and it just fails to do so for some reason. It's a bug with the game. And, it's a bug that kills your run when it happens, so, cool game. Thank you for playing. Yeah, I've played almost like every single Sonic game up to what was it? What was the new one at time of where I finally just disconnected from these games entirely because I realized I hated them finally. It took a while. Sonic Mania, I think, was the break point for me where I was like, I have to stop playing these fucking games. I just hate them. You gonna try for the Trash Man run? No. Not interested.
What is this?
The Velvet Underground. Incredible. The Velvet Underground, no less. Extraordinary. Yeah, I think I've played every Sonic game up to Sonic Mania, and of all of the Sonic games I played, and I really did play, like, nearly all of them, the only ones I actually liked were Generations and Colors, which marks me out as a particular type of boost liker. Died late, it's fine. There's like a second or two of wobble on that based on the load times from whether or not you immediately launched into it from an attempt or if you reset on it or not. It's fine.
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
People are mixed on Colors. I know, I wasn't. I liked it. I thought it was good. But every single other one I tried, I hated. And I have played more Sonic than I have probably several franchises I claim to. I've played more Sonic games as a proportion of like series completion than I have Final Fantasy. But I guess on balance, Sonic games are a lot shorter. But my batting average with that franchise is like fucking 2 out of 30 or something. It's grim. As a consequence, I have not played Frontiers or Superstars, and I never fucking will. If I tried Spark the Electric Jester, then I'm in the credits of the second game. Yes. So hi, Infinite Winters. Do I like Spark 2 then? Yeah. The reason I'm in the credits is that the guy who made it, Lake, got me involved for like very late round testing before the game went out. And when I say very late round testing, I mean basically it was like, can you make sure this doesn't like crash? I was like, I can do a couple of runs through and see what we get. So he put me in the credits at the end as a result of that. It feels, it's like, you know, technically, that's testing, but it's like the most, like, last-minute shit ever. I think as a proportion, like, like, days to release, I think this was, like, a week. It's like, it was, like, a week out. It's like, shit, you're asking me this late? Sonic game punch you like is Freedom Planet. That feels like cheating, though. I mean, I do like Freedom Planet 1 a lot, but, like, I can't talk, like, a tremendous amount of shit with regards to Freedom Planet 2. I fucking worked on it. guy behind Jester is a genius at programming. Is he? When I place tested Spark 2 before it went out, every time you started a new game, it would immediately reset all the resolution options. I don't know, man. I mean, the game's fun. I just think genius programmer is like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm like familiar with the shenanigans. This definitely sort of borders on shit talk, but I haven't really been involved with the guy for long enough now that I think I'm allowed to say these sorts of things without coming off as incredibly mean-spirited, but maybe slightly. The thing that has always perpetually bothered me about the Spark games, especially as someone who was once, like, reasonably, like, close enough to the project to have, like, to be on, like, talking basis with the game's developer, is that their stories are incoherent. I don't just mean, like, the storytelling is, like, blah-de-da or whatever, you know, like, could be better. I mean, it's like, it's incoherent, like, I don't understand what you're talking about. And part of the problem is that he just refuses, for whatever reason. Multiple people, me included, have, like, as native English speakers, have asked the guy to, like, if you need someone to proofread and edit your script so that they're sort of, like, more comprehensible, you have lots of willing participants do that, and he just never wanted it for some reason. He never wanted a native English speaker to look those over, because the guy is Brazilian, right? English is not his native language. No, that's not an insult, but it's not his native language. It's hard to write stuff that's not in your native language. But even with that in mind, I never really understood what he was getting at with any of the stories. It just never made any... I found it very hard to follow what was even happening in the moment-to-moment. Why the walk? Why are we walking? Where are we going? Huh? Have I played Tales of Vesperia? I have played no Tales of games. 0. Not a 1. I have just never had the interest. I wonder what he's up to now. The Spark the Electric Jester guys. He's been making like a racing game last I checked. Which I have not checked in a while.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
They're all growing up in the world, making their own little platformers.
Where are you
That
going?
whole like sphere of things. You have like the Sonic Mania
Wait,
guys
stop.
who born out of the Sonic fan game scene, who then buggered off to form Evening Star and release Penny's Big Breakaway, which is a game that some people like and some people really don't. It seems to get a very mixed reception, that one, which the composer has famously been acting like a tit about on Twitter, which is very fun. Lake went off to make Spark the Electric Jester. He made 3 of them, and he made them very quickly at that. And you have Sabrina, who made the Freedom Planet, and then I ended up working on the second game via a series of extremely bizarre coincidences. So that's funny. I picked a side. your side.
What is this?
It's the best indie horror game I've played?
What's going on here?
That's a good question. Horror is a very broad genre. Oh! He got the bad RNG. Have I even played a lot of indie horror games? I zone out on a lot of it. Does In Sound Mind count? Is In Sound Mind indie? If so, it's In Sound Mind.
Cheryl? Is that
As
Cheryl?
well, is Will here? Will, is In Sound Mind indie? I actually don't know who, like, how big the team size that one was. Have I played Signalis? Yes.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
I am not as enthusiastic about Signalis as everyone else seems to be in this general sphere. If In Sound Mind counts as indie, it's In Sound Mind for sure. That game rips. I think that got a really fucking raw deal, critically speaking. Lone Survivor ammo. I do like Lone Survivor, but you might understand. You may know, James, I'm a bit biased against it these days. The Lone Survivor's alright. I probably still wouldn't put it up against, Oh, Jesus Christ! Bork, thanks for... Jesus fucking Christ, that's huge. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Bork, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, man. Welcome, everyone. I am speedrunning Silent Hill 1 today. Trying to improve my any percent time. I'm punchy. I speedrun a bunch of different horror games. Over 100 different games. Not all of them are horror, though. Just a lot of them are. I think the ratio is probably about, like, half to other things. Back to the roots. And the roots are killing me. I haven't had good RNG all day.
What's going on here?
Will I get good RNG for the raid? Will I get good RNG for the raid? Show me the good RNG. Oh, baby! It's playable. It's good! It says +1, but that's not a big deal. Don't worry about that. But yes, welcome everyone. I was talking about... Since there are now a huge number of people here, have any of you heard of the game In Sound Mind? Chat was asking me what my favorite indie horror game was, and I was like, does In Sound Mind count as indie? What is the team size of that one? Because I don't know off the top of my head how big the team who worked on that game is. Does that count as indie? Does anyone know?
What's going on?
Because I really liked In Sound Mind. I thought it was genuinely very good. So if you ask me what's my favorite indie horror game, I would probably answer with that one. I'd probably answer In Sound Mind. I thought it was very good. I've played it through like 3 times. I like it a lot.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Is it self-published? I don't think so, no. But that is not the criteria that we go for these days, unfortunately. I wish it was as cut and dry as that. I know technically, like, the definition of indie is, like, meant to be self-published, but in the modern gaming landscape, there's actually very few games that are like that, especially the ones people class as indie. We create stuff the developers listed as 2 to 10 employees on LinkedIn. That's pretty small. Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. If Dave the Diver gets to be nominated for Best Indie at fucking the Game Awards, despite being a subsidiary of Nexon Korea, then I get to class In Sound Mind as an indie game, okay? That's my final answer. Lock it in. Chris, how much money have I won?
A dud!
Damn it!
You use selective words! What are you planning?
My words are so selective right now. 0. About 350.
I disagree.
Nope, oh boy. And Arena, thank you for gifting us up to Catty to Bratty. I win £5. If you couldn't say Sound Mind, then what would I say? Okay, so are we just going to enumerate the list then? funny dancing chicken. Yes, welcome again, everyone, from Walk Stream. What would I say if not in Sound Miner? What's my second? The indie horror tier. I can't even think about this as... Withering Rooms, I guess, is pretty high up there for me. I like Withering Rooms a lot. That's a pretty easy one, like I was just playing it. That might be recency bias taking place though, right? But I really do like Withering Rooms. I know Bork has played Withering Rooms, because I was watching him play it when it came out of early access. He was doing the fart build, right? That made me laugh a lot. I've never seen someone do that. I've never seen someone try to make the fart build work, where you just fart poison all over the field and run away a lot. And I was like, it was working too. It's like, shit, this is novel. I didn't know you could do fart build. I didn't realize this was a viable strategy. Withering's been the surprise of the year for me so far. That makes me very happy. I've been championing Withering Room since its early access release, like 2 years ago, and then it came out of early access, and suddenly, a lot of people were suddenly playing it. Like, it picked up steam, and like a lot of people were starting to play it, and I was really happy about that, because I've like, this Withering Rooms is really cool. I like it. And it got really big over its early access as well. Like, the game basically tripled in size compared to when I played it. I played it through again for the full release, and it took like 20 hours to get through all the content on like a second playthrough. It was a big game. It's a big game. Very big game. Very cool game. I'm glad it's reached an audience now. I feel happy. I feel happy about that. This is why I'm in the... Yeah, no, I only realized, like, after I finished my long playthrough of it, that at some point the developer put me in the special thanks for Withering Rooms. It's like, that's really nice. I don't know why. I've never exchanged a single word with the guy. We have never spoken. But there I am. In the credits. Make me feel warm and fuzzy. Which is very funny, because when I actually play Withering Rooms, I'm like equal parts delighted and pissed off. Because, like, Withering Rooms is a lot of fun, and I really enjoy, like, its variety of enemies and build types. But also, it's also janky as fuck, right? Like, sometimes you swing your axe and, like, a million things happen at once, like, enemy hitboxes, it's like, you just don't make contact for some reason, and 3 dudes hit you at once, suddenly you're paralyzed, and you've been farted on, you're poisoned, you're like, a bomb explodes, a jumping guy explodes as well, it's like, fucking, like, 3 million things just happened at once, and now I'm dead, what the hell? Withering Rooms is like that. It's jank affectionate. I don't know what the line is between jank affectionate and jank annoying is, but Withering Rooms is like distinctly jank affectionate. Damn, so you follow here for nearly a year and just never speak in here? That's fine. The lurk is okay by me. You don't know why this person was basically an entire separate advertising division during most of the early access? Yeah, well, I wasn't very good at it. So I wish I was a big enough streamer that I could, like, move sales needles by themselves. Like, if, like, you know, if I just, like, pointed at a game and be like, this is the one. You will now succeed. But I'm not that big a streamer. I'd love to. I'd love to have an irresponsible amount of power. That's how you know I really shouldn't ever have an irresponsible... Anyone who wants an irresponsible amount of power should not have it. But I would absolutely love to be able to just stream a game and that, like, by itself elevates its notoriety, like, a significant degree. I mean, then again, there are very few streamers that are, like, big enough to pull that off, you know? Even, like, the biggest, but you need, like, lots of streamers at once. And there were lots of people started playing Withering Rooms, but I don't know if there was, like, an advertising campaign that picked up steam or something that I just never heard about. But it feels like a lot of Horror Twitch was playing Withering Rooms when it launched in early access all of a sudden. So I joined in. Dang. If you learn about indie games from me that you would have missed otherwise, I like to play the independent games. I'm a patron of the medium. I still want to play more Anomaly Collapse, personally. I did actually quite like what I played of that, but I probably don't have the bandwidth to stream anymore of it. Because unfortunately, when I stream things that aren't horror games, the numbers are a bit sad. I mean, they're not that sad, they were okay. But, like, games in general... Speedruns aside, there is, like, some fall-off for streaming the same thing multiple days in a row. Because people have already seen it. Distortion 2 Bork and you playing did a lot for the game. I think only because I was able to get it onto, like, the GDQ hotfix. In terms of the stream size... In terms of stream size, this and Bork could both eat me. The size is massive. Inhale the stream and it's gone. Yeah, at least I got to play a couple of indie games I wanted to play over the weekend. Cleared off my backlog in, like, that way, at least. There's always more stuff to play. There's always more stuff to play. But for now, I'm once again back on my PlayStation 1 bullshit. No matter the new game releases, no matter what happens, I always come back to PlayStation 1. My PS2 is, like, permanently plugged in. Like, there's never a time where it's not. There's always a time and a place for PlayStation 1 on this stream. That might be off angle. Yep. It's okay. Your PB is quite difficult to beat. Like, it's a good run. It's hard to beat the PB. So I'm reassuring myself here that, like, you're probably not going to PB today. Because you haven't ran this category in months. And your PB when you left it was actually quite good. Like, it's a pretty decent... It's hard to beat. It's a good run. Trying to beat good runs is hard. It's challenging. You could do... without missing the item prompts, though. That's just silly. That's like a really dumb way to lose time, but that's gonna happen. You're rusty, like Silent Hill. Does the PS3 load PS1 games faster than the PS2? No, it loads it significantly slower. This is a very fun quirk of PlayStation 1 speedrunning. The PS3 is actually not good. It's quite bad for speedrunning PS1 games, actually. Give us Abe's Odyssey. I can't work Abe's Odyssey. The platforming in that game is hard. I can't really work the Oddworld games. That was so iconic. It looks really good. Like, I've played Oddworld quite a bit, but I've never really felt like I've got it, you know? And I never really got to a point with it where I felt like it made sense. Can you play iconic JRPGs like Time and Eternity? Can you play the game of Shut Up? Honestly, that would make a really good, like, entry in the YouTube thing I do where I talk about RPGs that are pretty bad. Because Time and Eternity is a classic of Kusoge. I remember when that tweet was going around of Time and Eternity's video footage, and it has a really novel look to it. It has a really novel visual aesthetic, and that is true. And people were like, oh, you know, I want to play this game now, and I was like, you don't. It's like, you might think you do. You don't. You don't want to play Time and Eternity. It's like, if you really are convinced from that tweet, by all means, give it a try. Have fun. Can't wait for the Ancient Roman translation to finish. God, that's gonna be so good. That is another classic of Kusoge. Do you ever plan on making another challenge run weird theory video? Oop. I have an idea for some challenge runs. I haven't gotten around to trying to do any of them, but maybe. But maybe not so much weird theory. Like the like Resident Evil 2 no walking video was I probably peaked unfortunately in concept with that one. I've tried to do the no walking thing on other Resident Evil games, and it's not really as interesting on any of the other ones. Like, they all short-circuit at a certain point. You have to, like, make up extra rules, like, oh, I can run away from, like, traps or whatever, and that, I don't know. I guess I could just make up an extra rule, like whatever. Everyone's always making up rules for these challenge videos. As long as it's funny, I guess it's okay. Oh, excuse me. Just headbutt the microphone. The Zero Star video is one of my favorite game videos. That's really nice. The Zero Star video was like one of my first attempts at making long-form content, so it took me like 3 months to make. I can make YouTube videos much faster than that now. My workflow is a lot better these days. Gun. Hey, supervillain. Just got recommended yesterday, was a great watch. Glad you liked it. I really gotta finish up the video I'm working on and post it. My channel is dying lately. My channel is dying. I have not posted in 2 months. I'm going to lose subscriber. So I am working on a video right now. It's nearing completion. It will probably be done by the end of the month. I could probably have finished it today.
Oh god! Oh god!
But I chose to stream instead. Because I probably won't be able to stream on either Wednesday or Thursday. So I made the choice to stream today, and then I'll spend the next 2 days trying to edit if I can find the time. Maybe. So I'd like to clarify at this juncture that content creation is like not my full-time job. It's my part-time job. I work part-time at like my regular job. Because the content started to do well enough for me that I could get away with that, but I do still have to work a normal job for like half the week. Maybe one day that can change, but for now, honestly, I'm pretty comfortable with my arrangement. I do appreciate the stability of a regular job. I think it benefits my lifestyle. But I don't really like my job, is the caveat with that. Let us not devolve into... No one likes their job. I mean, I guess some people do. What is the best Kusoge? Well, I have at least 2 videos on my YouTube channel about what I think is some of the greatest Kusoge. I made one about a Dreamcast survival horror game called Seven Mansions Ghastly Smile. Incredible game, big recommend to people who like survival horror. I also made one about very recent RPG release, Loop 8. A game of profound confusing ineptitude. Like, just, I can't imagine what the hell was going on during that game. Like, just, I have no idea what the idea was. It's baffling. Loop 8 is truly confusing. It's got a lot of interesting ideas. It doesn't have a lot of interesting execution, though. It's fascinating. I really enjoyed making that video, personally. It's very cathartic, because I feel like no one else ever heard of Loop 8. Okay, fine, I'll subscribe. The pitch is... It's been pretty hot and heavy, right? Talking about the YouTube stuff. I am mostly a streamer. Like, this is the main thing I do, but I've also been trying to do YouTube video lately. Like, as of about the past year or so. make more stuff. Lupe is how I found your channel. Fascinating game. It's a very fascinating game. Like, I enjoyed it. It's not good, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it precisely because every time it did something incredibly confusing and things just didn't seem like they were even working correctly, I was having a good time. For what it's worth, the next video I'm making is about a game that I think is good. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I make videos about games I think are good as well. It's crazy. You can never predict it. +1. It's not good, I enjoyed it. That's the ideal Soge experience, extremely. Anime Uno 2? No. The Anime Uno is a one and done. Honestly, I haven't given any thought to what video I'm going to try and produce next once the one I'm working on is done. I guess I should think about that. The grind never ends. When you finish posting one video, you gotta stop making the next. Nice. Nice, nice. Not nice. Open the door. Nope. Okay, good enough. It is weirdly cold in the stream room right now, and that makes me wonder if I've left a window open. I feel a draft. A chilly draft. What if there's a ghost in the room? Talking about Uno, I'm still the world record holder? I hope so. Why would someone else have played Uno? You should never play Uno. It's a terrible idea. No! That RNG is cringe and sad. Movement hard. Movement hard? Speedrunning is hard. You gotta, like, do it faster than before? That's, like, impossible. No one's ever done that before. All those people with faster times than me is probably spliced or whatever. What a bunch of hacks! Did I submit anything to SGDQ? Yes! I submitted 5 things to SGDQ. I don't have incredibly high hopes for my GDQ prospects because I'm not willing to travel to America, so I'm trying for the remote slots, and they don't really have any anymore. GDQ has mostly transitioned back into being a primarily in-person event, and that is unfortunate for me, who doesn't really want to go to the event in person. Like, I've been a couple of times, and I'm like, I'm good. Stream from Europe and English. I'm from England. I live in England and stream from England. It's just very expensive to travel to GDQ fundamentally. That is the main hitch that I have with the... Firstly, I have to block 2 entire weeks of my life out to go, basically. Maybe a week and a half. Something like that. Because, like, travel alone, right, is like, it's like a 9-hour flight. Could try to, if I'm going to be there for the entire event at least. I could maybe try and cut this down by flying in, like, before my run, and then flying out, like, soon after. Still. At minimum, I have to basically, like, put aside an entire weekend bit of my life or something like that. But the primary thing is just the cost. Flying to America, hotel fee, la-di-da-di-da. All of that is like 2,000 quid in total. What about the Europe Assembly thing? See, I would normally have ignored that because I don't like talking about them. I am on very bad terms with everyone involved in that because ESA are a bunch of dickheads. I hate them. They're awful. It's a bad event ran by awful people. However, the reason I've decided to pick this one up, instead of just blatantly ignoring it like I normally do, is that they seem to be dying lately. What about the Europe Assembly thing? What about them? No one fucking watches that shit anymore, apparently. This might sound like a spite thing to say, considering that, openly, I am biased. I hate them. They suck ass. It's a horrible event ran by awful people. Let me through! Wow, it let me through. But I didn't get the door. But ESA is dying. Like, no one's watching it. The last event peaked at, like, 5,000 viewers or something. It was grim.
Was I dreaming?
When you go to, like, a Twitch tracker, like, the thing that tracks viewership, I have not been keeping tabs on this because, unsurprisingly, I don't, like, keep tabs on people I don't like, generally. I try to live my life. Like, I've been focusing on my own stuff. I've been making the YouTube, doing the stream, blah, blah, blah. None of my business. Fuck those guys, they're losers. But I recently caught wind, because apparently there's some internal drama going on right now. Apparently people have realized that Edenal is a shitbag. Took you about 6 years, guys, but thank you for noticing. Like, yes, the lead organizer is a terrible human being. Thanks for catching up with everyone else. I don't suppose this will prompt a re-evaluation of my stance in retrospect for a lot of people who gave me shit for it. No, I don't think it will somehow. Funny that. Regardless, the event seems to be dying. Like, you go to Twitch tracker, their number is way, like, it's way down. I didn't realize how fucked they were, but, like, they're gonna die on that trajectory. Like, it's really bad. Because, yeah, it seems to be the case that they're just, like, it seems to be the looping reruns constantly really kills channels. Like, I'd love to claim that it's something like the fact that the event is just fundamentally, like, misguided and ran by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'd love to think it's that, but I don't actually think it's that. I think it's just that they run reruns constantly. They should keep doing it. The sooner they die, the better. I support that. I support their game plan. Because it's ineffective. No, why another RNG fail? Come the fuck on, dude. I hate it here. Like, every time I've gotten the right RNG, it's worked, but I got a fucking... every time I've gotten the RNG fail for this trick. They do constant reruns and no one knows when the actual event is happening, is my theory. Correct, yeah. I believe that's correct. I think it's that simple. The crazy thing, right, is a lot of people don't give a shit about any of the smaller events that are ran on a channel, especially not reruns, right? Understandably, I would also hate following a channel that is running constant reruns, and they never use the rerun feature either, so you can't even filter it out. Classic greedy Edenal technique to be doing that. Plus 14 is so sad. The RNG fail. Okay, calm down. It's okay. Breathe. We go again. Doesn't GD run a fair amount of reruns too? No. They've actually only started doing that recently, and it worries me because it's not a good idea. Have some I've got some lukewarm tea. That'll do. Negative energy steeping the 70k blessings. I have immense negative energy about this. I'm mean as fuck about this. I am very specifically, like, personally annoyed by the, like, I get vicious about this.
Hey, wait, stop.
Normally I'm not so, like, a go straight for the throat, but, like, really fuck those guys. I hate them, personally. Regardless, dying. Very dying. Very bad. So, like, even if I could and would want to go to ESA...
Bless RNG.
No! The anomaly, thanks to the 8 months. Even if I don't think it would be worth it. They're fucking dying. That event is, like, it's seriously going... It's going bad. Even if they pay me, they would never do that. Yeah, Scotty, you can... Duck Station is an allowed emulator for Silent Hill 1. Sorry, I, like, didn't react to that one very quickly. Just make sure you need to have a timer display. Use the live split script that syncs to the in-game timer. You need that displaying when you do your run. Because otherwise, we have had problems with people editing the fucking IGT during live operation.
What's going on here?
You're running reruns all the time now too? They're not live right now, so no. That's now the second time someone said that. I think they've ran reruns exactly once. And I really hope it stays once, because it seems to kill the channel. Yeah, no, see, like, do people assume that the hotfix is a rerun? That's the crazy thing. That's what I was going to talk about before I got distracted with my haterism. People really don't care about the side events on any of these channels at all. Like, any of the smaller things. So, I actually went through, I got interested and started looking through the stats of all these channels, blah, blah, blah. I was looking at it or whatever.
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Every single time the hotfix has ever broadcast, well, almost every time the hotfix has ever broadcast, the GDQ channel loses followers. Grim. Like, best case scenario, break even. Because obviously loads of people follow for the marathons, and then the hotfixes, they don't hang around for that, so they just leave. And in particular, a thing that really... I hesitate to even say this because it is mean, but, like, I'm not the one, you know... I like these events for what it's worth, but every single time a Frame Fatales event has been broadcast, they have bled followers in the thousands. People really don't give a shit about it. Like, aggressively. I like that. For what it's worth, I like these events. I like the hotfix. It's like a boon to various runners in the community. Like, GDQ actually uses their platform to showcase things they wouldn't otherwise be able to showcase during main events. It's like, it's been a benefit to me. I can't complain. I won't complain. I like the hotfix. I benefit tremendously from it. But yeah, like, Frame Fatales, the other event, UBAF, the hotfix. Whenever GDQ has broadcast one of these events, they bleed followers. It's like, it's grim, dude. It's like, I don't know what to make of that. People just don't follow the channel for that, and then when they see it there in their following list, they get mad and they leave. I've had that happen to me as well. I wanted to stream Yakuza Infinite Wealth when it came out. Like, I was like, I'm playing Yakuza Infinite Wealth, this is what I'm doing for the next week. I had to stop, like, fucking 3 streams in because I was bleeding followers like fucking crazy. It was bad. It's like, shit, this is, if I keep doing this, it's gonna kill the goddamn channel. I like the Yakuza games, but people didn't want to watch it. Makes you sad. Sad. Even so, why? No, the people just silently leave. People not wanting spoilers? I doubt it. People are lying about that kind of thing more often than not. That's like an excuse very often touted, but like, people aren't playing these things more often than not. Dodge. But I was mostly focused on marathons for a moment there. And the constant reruns that ESA have been doing have apparently been, like, killing the channel, like, rapidly. Obviously, if you run reruns constantly, your average viewership takes a shit, right? That's, like, pretty normal. But it's also depressed their peaks as well. That's the thing, is that, you know, flattening your average across a whole bunch of reruns is one thing. That's, like, theoretically harmless. It doesn't really matter. But it has resulted in a significantly lower peak viewership for any of the main events as well. To the point where ESA's main event is now sometimes less viewed than a hotfix. I didn't realize their numbers had cratered that fucking badly, but they have. Because it used to be much bigger. From what I looked at, ESA's viewership peaked at some time in, like, 2019. Basically pre-pandemic, actually, thinking about it. Oh my god, you've got Mason! What the fuck? Yeah, basically pre-pandemic, ESA's viewership, like, peaked at some pretty impressively high value. But, since then, they've started running the reruns constantly, and that has basically slowly killed the channel. And it does not... Given that people are even, like, the culture as well, like, that's getting increasingly sour on, like, the organization. I don't see it on the path to recovery. Which... I have mixed feelings about, because, I don't know, I think the sooner they die, the better.
Where are you going?
Like, I'm absolutely 100% a hater. I'm just gonna own that straight up. If they go, like, totally bust, I'm happy. 100% I'm rooting for their downfall. But at the same time, you know, there was a time where it really seemed like they were on the up, and it's just completely been fucking squandered, and that's kinda sad. So there was potential for a good event there, and it just hasn't manifested, unfortunately. Now it's... It used to have a position as the second biggest speedrunning event, and it's not even that anymore. Like, fuck, I'm playing so badly today. The haterism is ruining my life. Shit. I can't be a hater and play at the same time. The negative vibes fuck up the run, apparently. Goddamn. But the second biggest speedrun event these days is actually RTA in Japan. They've grown meteorically in popularity. They started off slow. Like the position has flipped completely.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
In like 2018, 2019, they get like a few thousand viewers for their event. It wasn't half bad, but they were still a burgeoning thing. And then over the past like 2 years or so, they have fucking quadrupled in size.
Hey, wait, stop.
Like each year, it's huge now. RTA in Japan is suddenly like a really big deal, which is impressive for like a more or less completely domestic event. Like it's presented entirely in Japanese and does not consistently have an English restream. It's pretty much just Japanese viewers. Whereas GDQ has a global audience. You know, as global as English is anyway. Whereas RTA in Japan is a Japanese event broadcast in Japanese, primarily ran at by Japanese people, and yet it still puts up, like, fucking massive numbers. They've gone big. Happy for them, honestly. They seem like nice people. I've been on it once. I've been on RTA in Japan. It was fun. It was also very stressful because I don't speak Japanese very well. Would it be cheaper to go to Japan? No. Absolutely not.
What is this?
I'd like to do it anyway,
What's going on?
because I actually would like to go to Japan one of these days. Like for the whole bunch of people who've like come in from the raid and this is their first time with me being a massive hater. Sorry about that. But I can read Japanese. Like it's a thing I do. Background context is that, you know, I am one of those people. A massive weeb, basically. But, like, it is to the point where I can actually, like, read books and shit written in Japanese. Language proficiency exists, kind of. I'm not very good at speaking it, though. Don't get a lot of opportunity to practice. I am English, after all. There aren't a whole lot of Japanese people to speak with in England, shockingly, especially not in my neck of the bloody woods. So, you know, I've been to America a few times, and, you know, there's things to do in America and what have you, but I've been, you know, a couple times for GDQ, I've been. So the idea of going to America for, like, the tourism aspect is, like, I've been 3 times now. It's cool. I think I have an idea of what America is. I love the food. I grant you this, though. Like, every time I'm in America, I am annoyed by the transport options, because there aren't any, but I'm thrilled by the food. The food or the amount of food? Both. Where is GDQ hosted and does it change? It changes which state of America it's in, but it's in America. Fundamentally, that part doesn't change, and that's the big obstacle, is that it's in North America. And I am not in North America. Come to Germany, Punchy, we have worse food and worse transport. Germany does not have worse transport than the UK. That might sound inconceivable, but you guys actually do have, like, trains that go play. See, thing is, you think very little of your trains, but you don't realize how good you have it. And your buses, for that matter. I've been to Germany. I don't think you realize that you actually have it pretty okay when it comes to trains and buses. They refuse to work all the time. It's... That is very on brand. The fucked up thing as well is that, like, Arriva, like, they're a German transport company, right? They, like, own most of the buses in, like, the northeast of England. Because we made the absolutely insane person decision of attempting to privatize public transport. So we ended up with a bunch of the nationalized systems of other countries privatizing bits of the British public transport infrastructure. So we have, like, the German buses that never show up. But it's better actually in Germany because it's nationalized. I don't know, I was able to get the fucking bus places in Germany. It, like, worked, it was an option. But anyway, pursuant to all of that, I would like to go to Japan at some point. You know, maybe for RTA in Japan as the excuse, fundamentally. Even if it would be very expensive, probably more so than going to America, just because I would like to do the touristy stuff in Japan, you know? I didn't spend all this time learning how to read Japanese to not go to Japan at least once. That's the fucked up thing, is that I can read books, but I've never been. Weirdo little gremlin who learns how to read books from a country he's never been to. I was going to go to Japan. I had a trip. I had an itinerary planned with a friend of mine. We were going to go to Japan, and this plan was going to take place in 2019. Can you imagine what happened that scuppered that one? Yeah, it was COVID. COVID hit pretty soon after we were like getting the plans together, and Japan like basically went fucking sakoku mode on it and shut the fucking country down. And I was like, fair enough. I guess I'm not going. You know, I hadn't committed a lot of money, at least, at that point in time, so it was okay. But I've still never been as a result of that. It's never happened. Would like to go, though. I would like to. If one of these days when opportunity permits, and I feel reasonably confident, I would definitely, I would submit to RTA in Japan to go in person, and if they accepted it, I'd just go in person, I suppose. I have been in RTA in Japan, but I was a remote runner because they were doing it. This was like during the COVID times. And they still do remote submissions, so I do submit for those because why not? You know, it's free. But at some point, it's one of those things where I don't really have a reason. I could just do it whenever, really. Like, do I need a specific timing? Like when the timing is right. The timing's always right.
Renewed confidence.
Renewed confidence. Colonel, thank you for the 53 months. Fuck my life, that isn't even close. I'm playing so dogshit. You remember Bubsy intending to do an on-site RAJ run this year? They love him. His runs are really popular on RTA in Japan. He's got a good gimmick going. Yeah, I'd like to do an in-person run at RTA in Japan at some point in my life. Just as the proxy excuse to go visit Japan, fundamentally. But when is the question? It's like, when could be any time, really. Could be next time they open submissions. Is there a compelling reason not to do it then? Not really, it's just sort of, I don't know. The main reason is that I feel like I suck ass at speaking Japanese still, so it'd be really awkward, but like... Do I see that meaningfully improving over the next, year or so? Not really. I read books, man. Little Sam Sky, thanks for the Prime Gaming. Don't know until try it. Exactly, right? Going... Time it to coincide with Comiket. Comiket would kill me. I don't think I can do Comiket. Mentally or financially? Physically! I mean, Comiket would kill me, physically, I would die. Have you seen pictures of Comiket? It's a fucking war zone. What What is Comiket for the uninformed? Comiket stands for Comic Market. It is a very large event where independent publications are sold. Comiket is the biggest one of those kinds of doujin events, and it's a fucking nightmare. What did I run at RTA? I ran English of the Dead. See, that was a really good gimmick to run at RTA in Japan. I ran a game that attempts to teach Japanese people English at RTA in Japan. It's a typing of the dead derivative, where you are shown a Japanese word and have to write in the English on the Nintendo DS. And I thought, this would make a really good speedrun pitch to RTA in Japan, because the gimmick is that I am an English person doing, like, the speed translation of the Japanese to the English. It reverses the premise of the game in, like, a funny way, but you do actually need to know both languages to speedrun it. Like, there's no short... I think being an English native makes it easier than being a Japanese native, but you do still need to be able to read it. Does actually know English and play that game? Not any more so than knowing Japanese, but not English is. Because the way it works is that the game will show you a Japanese word, like, in Japanese, and you need to write in the English. If you don't know Japanese, you're fucked. You can't read it. The game assumes you have a native-level grasp of Japanese, which I don't. Yeah, as a result of my RTA in Japan run, the phrase "igirisujin," British person, was trending on Japanese Twitter for like several hours. Because people weren't writing the name of the game or the name of the streamer; they were writing English person. Cool. So I am not punchy. I am Igirisujin. Okay. Wouldn't that cause problems with differing translations of the same word? No, because Typing of the Dead only accepts one translation of any given word. What, some words mean multiple different things? No, they don't. Shut up! Actually, some words totally do have two definitions, and it does not... Like, you have to know based on the number of characters in the answer. Sometimes you get a word that has two given definitions that pop up. Some of them have 4 letters, some of them have 5, and you just have to, like, know based on the character count. It's like, oh, it's this one. Because we run 7 mansions co-op mode. I can't put that run together, it's hard. Fuck, bonked. There I am. I'm Englishman. Doesn't ever check what are my pronouns? I am he, him. I am a cis man. Ah! Does the game go from Japanese to British English or American English? It goes to American English. There was a whole thing in the run about this, where I got to act very annoyed about it, because it does annoy me. Realize. Are you going to use a Z or an S? I had to get, like, my co-commentator to explain the difference between British and American English to the Japanese audience over this. It was hard to explain it to him. Froop, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Damn, it's a raids all day. Welcome, everyone. I've been trying to improve my time in Salho 100%. Thank you very much, Froop. Hope you had a good stream. Ooh, good strafe, damn. I've been trying to improve my time at any percent, and it has not been going amazingly. Combination of not stellar RNG, and also I've just been playing like dog shit. The more significant issue is that I have been playing like crap. Bruh. Like what? You not dead? The first hit was too far out. That's grim, dude. That's the kind of thing I mean. That's not stellar luck. Like, that really didn't do enough damage. Tea versus coffee. I'm finding versatile differences between tea and coffee. Do you know what I've been doing lately? I have been drinking unsweetened tea. Just in general. No sweetener in my tea anymore. No sugar, not even artificial sweetener, nothing. Unsweetened tea. Not even honey? Not even honey. Not even honey. Unsweetened tea. Sugar-free streamer. Raw tea. People should put sweetener. Yeah. English breakfast tea is typically made with sugar. Or sweetener. Unsweetened. Because I've been trying to get my fucking diet under control. In concordance with the DDR nonsense. That was good. I don't like Earl Grey, unfortunately. Well, no, I tried it again recently and it was alright. It's still not my preference. It's not my preference, but it's alright. Like, I've progressed from I don't like it to I can drink this, I guess. The thing about this is that I went from sugar in tea to artificial sweetener in tea on the advice from my dentist, because I drink a lot of tea. And it's like, you drink a lot of tea, right? And it's like, do you put sugar in it? And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, that might be a reason why your teeth are shan, pal. And I'm like, that is a fair observation. This was a few years ago now. But then I've been trying to get my diet under control lately. And it's hard to, like, figure out what the effect of artificial sweetener truly is on the body, because the internet will say fucking anything about artificial sweeteners, right? Artificial sweeteners can increase your appetite, they make you more hungry. Actually, it will give you cancer. It's like, I don't fucking know what, like, is it? Who? I don't know, I decided to, like, stop using it just to see what would happen, at least, you know? Have I considered honey? No, that's sugar. You're not listening! That doesn't solve the problem at all. That creates a different problem. Nice. Nice. Corner hit! Yeah. Get used to unsweetened things? Yeah, that's the idea. Just to see what happens. No sweetener in the tea from now on. I don't know if it's helping. I feel less hungry in general, though. Maybe it does increase your appetite. Maybe I've just been eating better in general. It's hard to tell. My DDR worker. Wouldn't that make me more hungry is the thing? That's the thing, is that... that's grim. I've done too many things different at once. It's hard to tell what effect any individual one is having. I've made too many life changes at the same time. I can't control for this. Just follow a keto diet routine? Fuck that. I'm not out here to fucking start keto dieting. I actually like food. Ugh. I'm not fasting. I'm trying to control. I'm not trying to make, like, a dramatic change. I'm just trying to be a little better. A little better. in concordance with the fact I now have the stupid DDR machines, like, it'd be fitter. So theoretically, you think playing a lot of the DDR game would make me hungrier, right? Because like, you do exercise, burn the calories, and makes you hungrier, right? Is that not logical? But so far, that hasn't been the case. Here, specifically, getting your body in a state of ketosis to share weight that sounds extremely unhealthy if done incorrectly. Correct, yes. I'm not a fan, personally. It's better for fast weight loss. You don't want to... Here's the thing. You don't want to lose weight fast. Losing weight fast is, like, actually dangerous in a lot of contexts. You want to lose weight slowly. Regardless, again, I don't need like a fancy regime or a complicated science or whatever. I just kind of need to be slightly more considerate about what it is I'm currently doing. I don't think I lead like a dramatically unhealthy lifestyle. It just needs some tweaks, I think. I'm not getting into the weeds on this because everyone has their own idea about all sorts of things, and it's very personal, you know? I've got to fit this around my lifestyle and my schedule, whatever. All I know is that I am thinking about this because I am thinking about what I'm going to make for dinner once I'm done streaming. Because I'm getting hungry. I'm not done yet. But I'm thinking about it. Hey J-Dub, how are the runs going? They're honestly not amazing, but we're persevering. I'm making for dinner when I'm done with stream? I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet. Pasta with peas and an egg. I do have all of those things, but probably not. Yes, I'm in. Air fry something? Of course. Honestly, so far, I've only had an air fryer for like fucking 3 days or whatever. But so far, the only thing I have done... The only thing I've used my air fryer for is air frying bacon, and that by itself has proven to be a fantastic usage of the device. As it has facilitated the following routine. I wake up... I eat breakfast, which is like cereal or something, I don't know. I eat breakfast. I play the DDR game for like 2 to 5 hours sometimes. The 5-hour session was an extremity. It really hurt my hips after I was done. By the time I'm done playing the DDR game, I am sweating out of every position in the body. It's disgusting. Put bacon in the air fryer, go take a fucking shower. Then when I'm done showering, the bacon has cooked. Lunch is ready. Amazing. So, what was preventing you from doing this before, Punchy? The fact that if you leave bacon frying on the hob without paying attention to it, you set the house on fire. That's what was preventing me from doing that before. Really? This game sucks. I don't think I was ever going to get that. I think I got RNG screwed on it. You have a normal oven? Yes. Cooking... the thing is, my normal oven doesn't turn itself off when the food is done. That's the main thing. That's like, that sounds stupid as fuck, but that's like the main thing I like about my air fryer, is that it turns itself off when the food's done, so I can like go take a shower when bacon is cooking. And using a smart plug. Mine is a gas oven. Can't do fucking nothing with... And actually, it has a timer function that doesn't work. Woo! Honestly, I have a shit oven. Should complain to the landlord. Regardless, air fryer. How incredible. What an invention. Literally all I've done with it is make bacon, but already I'm like, you know what, I think it was worth it. Even if I only ever use it to cook bacon, it would still have been worth it. I really like having a bacon sandwich for lunch. Protein. Build muscle. Does life increase with bacon? Bacon is good. What can I say? I do have a rice cooker. Might as well have another device. Well, the thing about a rice cooker, right, is that despite the name, it's also good for pasta. That's the cunning trick of the rice cooker, is that it's actually good for much more than rice. Holy shit, I finally saved time on hospital. Like, rice, you use pasta, you did not know you could use it for pasta. They cook the same way, man. Rice and pasta are cooked the same way. Of course you can use a rice cooker for pasta. Fundamentally, rice cookers are very gentle devices. It's actually kind of hard to fuck anything up with them, because, like, steaming is just, it's a pretty gentle cooking method. To say nothing of the fact that most rice cookers will, like, turn themselves off when they've cooked sufficiently. So it's fine, it's good. But yeah, like, rice is, like, you put the rice and you put the water in, and then you fucking hit the switch and then it cooks. Pasta is the same, you just have to use more water. That's it. That's the only difference. It cooks the same way. So if for those of you who've got your rice cooker at home, try pasta today. You could even try and make mac and cheese, if you're ambitious. If you're ambitious enough to cook mac and cheese. And with your rice cookers, you can't season anything because it would damage the pot? What? How? How does seasoning damage the pot? Then you seriously consider buying a rice cooker? If you cook a lot of rice, get a rice cooker. 100%. There is entire cultures endorse the rice cooker as an appliance, right? Entire rice-based cuisines endorse the rice cooker as an appliance. You should consider it. They're onto something. Collectively. Nice! First try, finally, I got it. That's not a guarantee that the run is even good, but just it's the first time I've gotten first try Void Walk. And it was late as well, it was delayed, I had to delay it manually. I played it well. Finally! Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Finally, I feel like I didn't get a raw deal on it. Every run I've gotten to this point so far, I've gotten the RNG where the guy isn't even looking at you. So, like, I can't even tell if I did the setup correctly, because man's brain isn't plugged in. And overall, I save a fat, amazing, no time. Anyway, thesis of the stream, buy a rice cooker. starting to convince you to buy one now, don't like it. If you're like me and very lazy when it comes to cooking, don't expect it to turn you into someone who suddenly wants to cook a lot. But the thing about me is that I am so turbo lazy that sometimes the extent of what I can be asked to do is put rice in the rice cooker, wait for like 10 minutes, and then rice. That's it. I'll just eat a bowl of rice sometimes. Die! There we go. Okay. Why? Because I'm lazy. Rice is good for you, at least. Like, it's not a very, like... It's a bit of a miserable fucking meal, I do submit. But it's not bad for you, at least. And tuna canned and olive oil in the rice, I do that sometimes. When I've got some in the pantry right now. Should I make tuna pasta? Tuna pasta? Yeah, but I've got pasta as well. I was thinking about rice. But I could do tuna pasta. Do I have mayonnaise? I have mayonnaise. Yes. No. I don't want tuna pasta. I'm not in a tuna pasta kind of mood. If you are lazy, why play games? Well, because I'm playing games instead of cooking. Does everyone wash their rice before cooking? Depends. Okay, so the reason you do that is for texture. You don't, like, have to. It won't kill you. Yeah, it depends on the brand as well. Like, it depends on the kind of rice and the brand and blah. The thing about this is that the reason it's done is that it washes the starch off so that it's less sticky. If you do not wash the rice, you could end up with very sticky rice. Fuck! Bad RNG in the— Get off, dickhead! What the fuck? Ew. So that was bad. Yeah, if you want, like, a very sticky rice texture, where it, like, it clumps together and gets kind of fluffy, then don't wash it. Assuming you have the kind of rice that, like, has this— I don't know. You don't have to. But unlike the washing of other things, it is not done for, like, cleanliness, really. Like, unwashed rice will not hurt you. Nice on! Woo! Aside from that one dodge, and, like, that dodge sucked because, like, I guessed it correctly and still didn't get it. Why should we watch because of arsenic chemicals and stuff? There isn't arsenic in rice. Get real. That's just saying words again. At least he was free. At least he was free. He's like the problem character. I didn't get the first one though. I feel bad about that. Like, because I had the right read as well. Like, he didn't make a sound, so I went left, and it just didn't go far enough. Did I not turn far enough? Was it just unlucky? I don't know. It's hard to gauge. Hi, Silent Hill Mama. I don't know what the lurk command is supposed to do. We're talking about food in this stream. Talking about food always brings out a lively chat. Especially because I suck and don't know anything about food. Why did I try and do the run stop? You're bad at that. Just do the funny turn. Do the other thing. It's especially funny coming off, like, from the fact we had a big raid from Bork's stream. Bork was like a chef, wasn't he? Bork is like... Bork cooked professionally. Professional cooker. Holy cow. I can't match that level. I am someone who cooks as a... For one thing, I don't cook. I cannot claim I really know how to cook. Punchy cooking stream? No. Never. The punchy cooking stream. So what you're going to do here is you're going to add the milk to the oatmeal. Incredible. I do not want a crock pot, I can say that. I do have a rice cooker. So you need a rice cooker and a crock pot, then you can cook down. I don't want a crock pot. I'm not a stew guy. The slow cooker lifestyle, forget that noise. Nah, I'm not here. My god, he's done it again. Enjoyed the restaurant kitchen environment, but its high pressure and the pay is lacking sometimes. Yeah, so my mum used to be a line cook as well, in various contexts, and she cited a similar... My mum has been a lot of things over the years. She is currently a postal worker, but she was a line cook at one point. Before that, she was a nurse. Why the hell does she do so many things? I've never questioned this before. What the hell is going on in her life? Like, oh yeah, don't most people work like 3 different professions?
Simple.
Bruh. Get this guy out of here. Oh yeah, and also rice cookers are fairly cheap as well. Like if you're just discovering that a rice cooker is like 20 to 30 quid, yeah, they're not expensive. They're fairly cheap appliances. So I'm thinking you're looking at like, you know, 3 digits, maybe high 2 digits. No, they're not that expensive. I mean, you can get very fancy ones if you want, but you don't really need a fancy one. It's a pot with a heating element in it. It's not complicated. It's basically a hot plate, but like fancy. Fuck! The doorbell. What the fuck? Help me! Streamer, what are you doing? Have you heard of the rice cooker with AI integration? What could you possibly need AI in your rice cooker for? Nurse to line cook to post work on the list of way to stressful jobs. The only thing missing is night shift at an old people's home. Yeah, I've never really questioned that, but thinking about it, yeah, she sure has done a lot of really high-pressure jobs. I think at the moment she's like not even really working. I mean, she's working, but she's doing union stuff. She's big union organizer. She's like head of the local union branch where she's at or whatever, so she's currently like involved in the negotiations, and that apparently takes several weeks. So she's off. She's off doing that business. She sounds cool. Yeah, no, there was a strike at my workplace at one point when we wanted more money, basically. I mean, there were more complex rationales than that, but as far as it trickled down to me, I was like, I would in fact like more money, yes, this job is very fucking hard. But yeah, there was a strike at my workplace, and I like, rung her up and be like, so there's, like, we're, like, striking? You seem like the kind of person who would know all about this. And she has never sounded more proud of me. She was so enthusiastic about it. She loves labor organizing. It's like her favorite thing to do. Like, it seems like it's honestly her hobby sometimes. She seems to enjoy labor organizing the same way a lot of people enjoy books, you know? Like, she just seems to enjoy the act itself. I'm sure there's a principle underlining it somewhat, but I also think she just likes, like, she just enjoys the actions involved. This is a key difference, you know, like, generally speaking, most of us agree that, you know, union, organizing, that sort of thing, are good. This has been a very, like, all over the place kind of stream, all kind of, not really like a heavy stream, but I feel like I've touched on many real topics for some reason today. Far too many. Now, I think most of us agree, at least, that, you know, unions, organizing, that sort of thing, all that stuff is good. But I think a lot of us would also think that the effort that goes into organizing all this thing is kind of a pain in the ass, you know? Like, it's a thing that is done because it is good to do it and it benefits everyone, but it's sort of a hassle. Striking is hassle. Like, it's kind of a pain in the... You gotta, like... It's kind of risky. You gotta put yourself out there, make a point, that kind of thing. You know, it's satisfying when it gets the results, and it needs to be done in order to actuate meaningful change. But I would not necessarily imagine that the average person enjoys it. Necessarily? Like, in the sense that they could consider it like a chief leisure activity? Ooh. But my mum, nope, she very much enjoys that shit. Very enthusiastic about it. So when I told her that there was a strike happening at my workplace, she was like, oh, I could come down. I was like, I think she was joking in the end, but, like, for a moment, I genuinely bought it. I was like, she would do that. She would strike on... She would show up to the strike line of a completely different fucking company. So, in the end, I'm pretty sure it was a joke. However, for a brief moment, I was like, oh god. Could you imagine the... Like, imagine... That is a very novel kind of embarrassment. Like, that's like a comedy bit on a whole nother level. It's like, oh shit, my mum showed up to the picket line. So, like, most people's experiences with that end, you know, when they're in, like, their teens, like, oh god, my mum has come to pick me up from school. I look like such a loser. Oh fuck, my mum showed up to the picket line. Oh no. Make my mum sound like a blast to hang out with. She's certainly quite a lively individual. I've told this story before, but I'm gonna tell it again because we got loads of new people in here today. One time I went to visit my parents at their home, and there were a bunch of small plastic bags, like looking medical in nature, laid out over the dining room table. And I turned to my mum and I'm like, I pointed the fucking like small little like medical looking bags on the table, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? It looks like a hospital. And my mum, she gets a wide smile and she's like, observe. She shows me that if you fill the bags with alcohol and strap them to your legs, you can sneak them past security at music festivals. And I'm like, that seems like a lot of effort. And I was like, have you seen the prices of alcohol at music festivals? And I'm like, fair enough, I suppose. And she goes on to demonstrate like all the ways that you can hide these little plastic bags to get through security with them, up to and including in her boobs, because she's like, I'm like 50, no one checks there. Dun dun. That was very wide. Are anti-union groups able to push propaganda at the workplace in the UK? They can try. So she was like, she was very excitedly like sharing her techniques for how to sneak alcohol into music festivals. And honestly, in some way, I think she was just like proud of it because like I can look cool to my son. The thing is that I think it worked. Like, honestly, it is kind of cool. It's practical too, honestly. It's like, yeah, I can't argue with that methodology. It would certainly work. I mean, I don't have the hide it between the boobs option, but I can see the leg thing working fine. No, I don't really know what she just goes to music festivals. I don't really know if she has a specific she just likes this is another thing. She likes going to music festivals. That's a hobby of hers. Oh, fuck, I'm bad. That's too far back. No, it's not, it's alright. Oh, bad nowhere. Why was it so bad? Is it that bad? It didn't seem that bad to me.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
The mums are unionizing. +8's not the worst run I've ever done in my life.
Cheryl?
Why am I losing so much time on nowhere?
B.
It wasn't that grim, was it?
Can't leave like this.
Oh no, I hit one of the doors by accident. Yeah,
Daddy.
no, I remember now.
Cheryl!
My any percent time is definitely better than the state I left my old boss's time in. It's gonna be harder to get a PB in this. Whoa.
Harry. Go.
Go. Yeah, thank you for the GGs. Meow meow. 30-39. That was actually even worse than the other run somehow. That was like +18. The blessing of 70k is harder to come by in this environment. I want a drink, is what I want. No 70k magic? No, no magic. I need a drink. I stood up with my loose trousers on. Oh no! They saw my pants! I've been talking up a storm. I need a drink. Got orange juice, pure OJ. With pulp? No. That'd be ridiculous. I'm definitely not doing my flashcards right now. I got another run in me, for what it's worth. I'm not dipping out on you guys just yet. I'm taking a slight breather. You spend like so much of this run with your thumb like digging into the D-pad that it is a good idea to take a moment between rounds. Who farted? Why have you done that? Stretch to someone massage the D-pad imprint you no doubt have. Yeah, no, you can totally see it. It's fucking gross. Is that showing off on the camera properly? It's kind of out of focus, but you can absolutely see. Yeah, there's totally an imprint of the D-pad. It's gross. It's gross, man. God damn it.
That's disgusting.
Very much so. That's what Silent Hill 1 does to you, man. Whoa. Glad to see I'm still streaming. I was on a trip. I don't know, I've been in the mood. Despite the fact the runs have been pretty shite, frankly. My mood is still high. So, let's go again. I don't know, I'm in a good mood today, despite everything. I mean, the runs have been okay. Like, multiple 33Xs is not the worst ever.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Hey, Growth.
Where are you going?
But these are not the shining PBs you would hope for.
Hey, wait! Stop!
Has the 70k blessing worked? Not today, sadly. So far. Ugh. No, I have the hiccups now. This is the worst. Oh, mood bad. Mood's declining. Hiccups ruining my life.
Good morning.
Morning? Damn, it is morning. Iron Wall. Good morning. Yeah, it's nearly midnight for me. I did start streaming kind of late. That's okay. I'm probably gonna sleep in anyway. Hee hee hee. Am I gonna sleep in? Maybe not. Well, either way, I think
What is this?
next run that, like, gets off the ground,
What's going on here?
probably gonna have to make it the last one. I don't have infinite time on my hands. Even though I'm kind of in the mood for a lot of Silent Hill, for whatever reason. But alas, it is almost midnight and I do have work tomorrow. Streamer's got work to do. Streamer would also like to finish his YouTube video. It's bothering me that it's like taken as long as it has, but it is also A, the longest video I've written, and B, probably the most complicated. Want that done. Get it done. Just get it complete. Ooh, 5 shot.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
But what if 4 shot? What about 3 shot? Does the good ending take more time? Yes. There is a separate category for getting the good ending. And I might try to run it again at some point. Improve my time in it. Why not? The Silent Hill 1 has like enough categories that there's always like stuff to come back to and try and improve on. My UFO ending time is incredibly out of date by this point. The reason I have not PB'd it, like, I think my UFO ending time is like 3 years old or something. There's definitely room for improvement there. However, I would have to play UFO ending in order to improve the time. A thing I don't want to do. He hates UFO ending. Hates it. This is despite the fact I do have a save file prepared for UFO ending runs on this memory card. Recently watched my Silent 2 endings video and now you're trying to get them all got through so far. Glad to be of assistance. I didn't really make that to be like an ending guide, but I guess you could use it like one. It does tell you all the criteria after all. Still never even attempted UFO in this game. It's worth seeing at least once, but the run blows, if you ask me. It's like, what if any percent, but it ended earlier and was more random. Like, the randomness is now such that if you get randomed too hard, you can just die. Because you're in normal mode, and normal mode damage is, like, double easy mode. It's great. Cool. I bias away from runs where sometimes you just can't complete them through no fault of your own, and UFO very much sometimes you just can't complete the run. Through no fault of your own. If you get, like, randomed too hard, you just die. Which sucks ass. That is a quality of the run I find very unappealing. Because, like, at least, you know, the any percent category is even good plus now that we figured out the funny haha electric bolt thingamabob. Even if you get pretty poor luck, you can almost always finish the run at least. You might have to take extra healing if you're kind of, like, really screwing it up. But you can finish the runs. It can be done. It's possible. I believe in us. Thank you for the Parasite Eve content. The game was criminally underrated. That, when was the last time I even streamed Parasite Eve? It was, like, months ago, I think. I have an idea of a video to do relating to Parasite Eve, so maybe it'll be on stream again sometime soonish. Possibly, I don't know. I probably shouldn't say things like that because people will take it like a promise, and I am not promising jack. Nothing. Promise was made, smile. No, no, no! Stop that. I zoned out. I forgot I was streaming. Where am I? What am I doing? What part of the run am I on? I'm here. Somehow I'm here. Okay. I got that. Do I ever do offline runs, or is everything streamed? Pretty much everything is streamed, yeah. Like, if I'm doing runs, I'm live, almost certainly. I don't think I've done any offline speedrunning in, like, genuinely years. Sometimes I do offline routing / practice, or note-taking, but increasingly I've even tried to transition the note-taking activities into stream time, because sometimes note-taking takes ages. And, like, it sucks to not be able to, like, I lose, like, hours of stream to the fact that sometimes I want to go off and take notes. I turned it into, like, a group viewing of the world record while I, like, jot down notes. Reaction content streamer. Terrible. The worst kind of streamer. I don't know, it works for all the big guys. I don't see why it doesn't work for me. Especially because in order to do, in order to get the notes off the run that you're looking at, you need to look at it, you know? Doing offline runs always feels kind of awkward. Yeah, I honestly do not think I would be able to grind Silent Hill 1 for, like, 5 hours like I have tonight without a chat. I would get bored. Like, if I'm grinding anything while not live, it's rhythm games, primarily. Because that, I do not need a chat to feel like I am to enjoy. And in fact, a chat doesn't really help, because I don't have time to look at chat anyway. Hi, Neon Garlic. Oi. The last time I did, I think, any offline running was when I was running Silent Hill 2. Back before we had RNG Minute for the game, there was a puzzle where you just had to randomly guess the solution for a 1 in 6. And for a long time, I was on, like, the world record hunt for that run, and I just could not put together a run that got the 1 in 6 to save my fucking life. And over, like, a couple of weeks of running it, I think I got Blind Arsonist exactly 0 times in 2 weeks of running, and it was actually making me very pissed. You know, because I'm always such a calm individual normally. But, like, no, I think that is probably the angriest I have ever been while speedrunning. It's like, I was livid. Cross, just, like, hated it. hated it violently. Upsetting. So I ended up just doing runs of Silent Hill 2 offline until I was, like, I got the RNG I needed. Put together, got a run. Was able to put the bits together. It makes it, when I say put the bits together, it makes it sound like I spliced the run. He spliced it! Fucking liar. But you know what I mean? This was years ago at this point. I got a run that was world record, it got the good RNG, and I recorded it, you know, as local recording. So I ended up going live, and then I, like, pretended I was doing the run while live to be at the end and be like, this was pre-recorded, I got this offline. It's done now. That was, like, this was years ago. I've never done any offline speedrunning since, pretty much. Like, in terms of proper run attempts, anyway. Sometimes I practice tricks offline if I really need to focus on, like, one specific thing. I probably would have done the setup for, like, the romper skip. I probably would have done most of that offline in another universe, but today I just didn't feel like it. That was you of Silent Hill 3 UFO. I hate Silent Hill. I concur. Silent Hill 3 UFO ending also pisses me off so badly. I get so mad doing that one. It's like, why the fuck do they not die when they're killed? What is this? Ah! Yeah, a famous scam by the streamer. Another famous scam by streamer Succinct and Punchy. Wha. People don't die when killed? The enemies in Silent Hill 3 sometimes do not die when they're fucking killed. They just choose not to. It's crazy. So sometimes you kill an enemy and they just don't die and then your route's screwed because you need a certain number of enemy kills. And it's like, why did it not die when they're killed? Stupid. Or, my favorite quirk of Silent Hill 3 UFO ending that always just, I can feel my veins in my head bulging when it happens. Just, ooh. You kill two pendulums at the exact same time in Silent Hill 3 and one of them won't count. Like, it'll die, the game will just fuck up and not count it properly. Very cool. True blue bug with how the game processes that. So you can be like one kill shortchange the entire run and not realize it until the very end, and you're like, why the fuck am I one short? Because that pendulum didn't count, because the game sucks! So that's Silent Hill 3. Honestly, the UFO ending category in basically every Silent Hill game makes me very cranky. I think 2 is the only one where it doesn't, like, irritate me tremendously, and that's because it's just any percent minus a few steps. It's not even, like, any percent plus extra steps, it's any percent minus several steps. We have a separate category for both UFO ending and dog ending, even though they are 99.9% the same run. And everyone, like, I think dog ending is slightly faster anyway. I don't know, why not? Categories. Just have more of them. It's great. People don't even care about UFO ending in Silent Hill 2, it's all about dog ending. I always laugh at people using that line because of the point he was objecting to people not dying when they are killed as against the natural. I know. It is a funny line out of context. It's kind of a funny line in context. That's the thing, though, is that, like, I understand the context of where that people die when they are killed. I understand the context of that line, but, like, it's kind of a funny thing to say even in context. I don't know.
I disagree.
Johnny Bananas. Thank you for the 7 months. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. No, why you gonna push me? Granted. I mean, that's fate for you, isn't it? Sorry, I'm supposed to be continuing my, like... Well, this is like old fate, isn't it? I'm supposed to be continuing, like, my blood feud against all things fate, because I'm still pissed off at Fate Grand Order for fucking up Melty Blood. But this is, like, old fate shit. Well, older, anyway. But not older, that's a different thing. Ugh. Pog. This boss was laughably easy for you when you played the game first as a total casual noob. It's, if you know the trick, it goes down real fast, yeah. Wish they'd put FGO Arcade to PS5 or something. Isn't... I'm revealing my ignorance. Is FGO Arcade, like, a unique thing? Or is it, like, just the mobile game, but different? Like, is it like Puyo Quest Arcade, where it is just kind of the mobile game, but they made it, like, with Nessica integration? Isn't Fate Grand Order and Melty Blood different games? So, Melty Blood Type Lumina is the new Melty, right? But the second wave of DLC characters they made for Melty Blood were all fucking Fate characters, all of them. And it's like, great, thanks for making the Fate fighting game that you always wanted to. Could you have waited for your own game to do that? It's like a full 3D 3v3. Oh, it's a completely different game. Like, it's like Dissidia. And get physical card. Yeah, that's how all arcade games work. I have a couple myself. Go the fuck away. I want to show my cards. No, not on stream. My credit cards are in there. Careful. Streamer accidentally fucking doxes himself. But I've got a couple of those like arcade cards in my wallet. I've got like a Konami one. I've got a Konami e-amusement pass. And soon I will have a Nessica card. I bought one recently. They don't make them anymore. That's the crazy. Like those are discontinued with the new the Great Amusement Card Unification Scheme. They don't make the classic blue Nessica cards anymore, which is a problem because not every machine is spec'd to accept the new standard. The older ones don't accept anything except those out-of-print blue Nessica cards. So you need a specifically blue one. It's kind of wild. Punchy, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry. What are we talking about again? Grim. That was good, at least. I think I kind of made up for that with a couple of good turns. No, keep talking about arcade cards. Okay. So I found out recently that a couple of the local arcades I go to, they have theater rhythm cabinets. Like theater rhythm arcade game cabinets. They got a couple at some point, crazy shit. And they're one of the older ones, so they only accept specifically old blue Nessica cards. They're not upgraded to like read the new unified card standard. And you can't get Nessica cards outside Japan. They don't print them anymore. I mean, you couldn't even if they did, but they don't print them anymore. They're out of print. You gotta buy them, like, you gotta know a guy who knows how to get them. And I do, so that's easy for me. But I only found out that those theater rhythm cabinets were even connected to a network from like a friend who doesn't understand why that matters. Like, I assumed that because it was, like, a completely different game with a completely different online service, that it wouldn't have, like, a rigged-up version over here in the UK where everything's running on, like, fucking shady-ass private networks and shit. Because we don't have any official Japanese arcade game support. Like, why would we? We're British. We don't deserve nice things. But no, no one does outside Japan. But my friend is like, I was trying to use my card on the theater rhythm cabinet, but it wouldn't work. And I was like, yeah, it's a different game. And it was like, it's like, I didn't even know it was connected to a network. And I was like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, you know, it's connected to a network. It says so. I was like, is it? It's like, how have I never noticed? Like, it's been there for like years. I was like, I don't know, I guess you just didn't look, mate. I'm like, huh. So I only found out those things apparently are actually hooked up to a network from someone who, like, doesn't know the difference, you know? Like, doesn't know why the different make of cards and different online services, like, why it matters that they're different. I just assumed it wouldn't work. So, I get to investigate that the next time I go to the arcade. Because the Theatre Rhythm arcade game's got the whole online thingamabobbity-doo. It's discontinued in Japan, even. Like, it's gone. That game has been dead for years. Purchase a Sound Vortex EMU. You got, like, a branded, like, proper Sound Vortex one. I had a generic e-amusement pass. I gave that to a friend when I got a 20th anniversary DDR branded pass. Ooh, exciting. You have a question? I've only really watched speedruns of this game. What's that gunshot you hear as you enter that hallway a few minutes back? That is Kaufman shooting a monster. Like, the cutscene, he's in the room, standing next to a dead monster. He just shot a monster. Is your local arcade unkempt, slight air of depression, smells of cigarette smoke? No, because indoor smoking is banned in the UK. Vape smoke then? Can't do it. Same thing. You're still not allowed to do that indoors. The circumstance doesn't change. Most public venues will have a rule about that. If you smoke in the arcade, you will get thrown out. And not for no reason as well, like, it's not good for the machines. But also, you know, all of the arcades I go to, at least, are child-friendly venues. So, no smoking. Why can I never get this anymore? What the fuck? Do I need to space the shots out more? I'm just never getting nurse push anymore. I've failed it every single time today.
I disagree.
Almost 2 years of Banshee. These old-ass horror games you play have been very entertaining. Please, keep playing them. Or not. Whatever you play, I'll be lurking here.
Thanks, Madkoi. Thank you for the 22 months of Prime Gaming. It's very nice of you. I will continue. See, I love I love the PlayStation 1. I think no matter what happens, I will always be playing PlayStation 1 games on the stream in some capacity. You're here for Uno. Go away! Stupid Uno! Leave me alone! Yeah, the stream is mostly PS1 games, not just because that is what the crowd desires. Although I do definitely seem to have built an audience that loves the PlayStation games, but you know, why not?
What's this?
Oh, I've looked at the picture! But I like the PlayStation 1. You could spend a lifetime playing the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 libraries and not finish all of them. There are thousands of PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games all in all. There's a YouTube channel that's popped up in my recommendeds lately. It's the guy who's like beating every single Nintendo 64 game. Because you can do that with the Nintendo 64. That RNG was grim. You can, like, the guy is working through the Nintendo 64 library, like, one game at a time, right? He seems to finish one, like, roughly every week or so.
Was that greedy?
For, like, 12 games. In total, his list is, like, 360 or something. Because he's including Japanese releases in that. Brave. A brave thing to do when you can't read the language. But fair play. And, like, clearing every single Nintendo 64 game is, like, a lengthy endeavor, make no mistake. But it's reasonable to achieve, you know? Like, there's not that many Nintendo 64 games. It's 360 something, right? You can do that. That's doable. Like, it would be very time-consuming, but the lack of RPGs on the Nintendo 64 in specific as well makes it more than achievable. Whereas if I wanted to do that with the PS1 games, I would be dead. I don't think you could. I think I'd die before I finished that. Because, like, the PS1 not only has so many games, it's got a lot of RPGs as well. Like, just trying to finish every single, like, goddamn Square RPG on the system would take months by itself. Then you gotta finish, like, every single obscure, like, just the sheer length of the games. All Dreamcast games is a nice doable goal as well. There are some long ones on the Dreamcast, but yeah, I don't think there's too many games. I think it would take a long time, though. It can be done. Like, how many games are there on the Dreamcast? Like, it's definitely more than a Nintendo 64. It's like, I want to say it's like 500 or something, maybe. There's a very wide range, like 500 to 700, something like that. It's not a 4-digit number. I feel fairly confident about that. What the fuck? I got this. This is a fucking joke, man. Like, when I've got... how is it every time? Like, one time I got first try, but every other time I have gotten the RNG where the guy isn't even fucking looking at me. Come on. Ah! Google says there are 549 Dreamcast games. That is slightly less than I expected, but within the range I specified, so I claim a victory. Yeah, 549 games is, like, doable. Especially because a lot of them are, like, short as well, you know? I'm gonna play this one out, but that's grim. Second goddamn try again. Fuck! Hate it here. I could do Dreamcast games. I could clear them all. No, I'd have to play Sonic Adventure. Fuck that. I'm out. Where am I? I don't know where I am anymore. I'm bilocating. Okay, that was weird. Zello, thanks for the raid. They just do every PS2 game. Why am I not ahead when you're raiding? Because I got bad RNG, Zello. Zello, I got bad RNG. Zello, my RNG. I'm sad. I've gotten good RNG on that specific split exactly once this entire stream. And it's kind of funny at this point. Do I watch football? No. Come on, England, score some fucking goals. I think you could do something like this, a Steam version of this, if you simply use like the Steam 250 list of like top rated 250 Steam games, and maybe like the hidden gem list as well. Some sort of filter, because playing every game on Steam is obviously impossible. No movement. What the fuck? The guy just, like, stared me down and won. I hate that I'm making the right read and still losing so much time, because I keep bonking the wall. Like, I didn't get hit. I made the right read on both of those, and still, they were just shit luck. I don't think anyone's ever done like a play all the games for PS1 and PS2 because the logistics of that are just so unkind. I didn't get hit once and it still wasn't good. God damn it. That's the worst RNG I've ever seen in my life. Found a list of 549 Dreamcast games doesn't seem to be complete. Is it like not counting Japanese releases? Because that would be fairly common, if possibly slightly The thing about if you did every Dreamcast game and you included JP releases, right? You'd have to play through fucking 8 discs of El Dorado Gate. If you know what El Dorado Gate is, it's a JP-only RPG on the Dreamcast released over, like, what, is it, like, 8? I think it's 8 entries? Maybe it's 6. It might be 6. They released that shit episodically. 5 and 6 are really hard to find. They dot-hacked that shit. But it was on the Dreamcast. It's not like dot-hack at all. Maybe by Capcom, weirdly enough. Yeah, there's a ton. Long RPGs would really stymie. Like, the PS1 by itself has 2 of the longest RPGs ever made. Like, ever. Not just for the time, ever. You got fucking Dragon Quest... Which one is it? 7. It's 7, right? 7. I'm going with 7. You got Dragon Quest 7, And you've got fucking Xenogears. They are two of the longest RPGs ever made. Both of those games are like... They're both like 100 hours apiece. They're crazy long. Well, Baten Kaitos, that's a GameCube game. It's also not 100 hours long. Like, seriously, Xenogears and Dragon Quest VII PS1 is... If you played the 3DS version of Dragon Quest VII, you might think it wasn't that long. That's because the 3DS version was cut down incredibly. Like, they made a lot of changes for pacing reasons to that, and for good fucking reason. What would be the longest PS1 game? Dragon Quest VII. This is the one I said. Dragon Quest VII is like 100 hours. It is seriously the longest. It is definitely the longest game on the system. I don't think it's close. It's a nightmarishly long video game. Can I stream a speedrun of Dragon Quest VII? No. Absolutely not. How long are speedruns of Dragon Quest VII? Someone go hunt down that information for me. In DQ play with Something of the Cursed King. That is Dragon Quest VIII. Journey of the Cursed King is 8. A beloved entry. 11 hours. Jesus fuck. Vagrant Story is relatively short, but still, you gotta like. There are many long RPGs on the PS1. Yeah, there's a 3DS remake of 7 that improves the pacing tremendously. It's considered a very good remake. Is Dragon Quest VII longer than Zelda Breath of the Wild? 100%, probably. Because like, when I say Dragon Quest VII is like 100 hours long, that's just to finish the game. Like, if you want to go the full 9 fucking yards with that game... then it gets even longer. Like, it's a sensationally long video game. Go. Isn't Toxic still streaming getting blessed or cursed by the 70k? Cursed. My RNG for the romper out of bounds has been fucking so grim. What the fuck are you doing? Why? I let go of forward so early there and he still bonked it. How long to beat's the 77 hours for main story in Dragon Quest VII? A lot of those people are playing the 3DS remake. They're like mixed together for some reason. I'm talking about PlayStation 1 original Dragon Quest VII. How long to beat mixes every version of a game together at once, and the 3DS version is much shorter. Like it for one thing, it just goes faster. It suffers less from load times like the PS1 version does, and the 3DS version also cut like 5 hours off the intro, like straight up. Because the amount of time it takes, Dragon Quest VII is famous for this. The amount of time it takes from game start to getting into a battle in Dragon Quest VII takes like 4 hours. Like, you think what JRPGs are known for their slow starts. You don't fucking know shit until you've seen Dragon Quest VII. That game has the slowest start, I think, of any RPG on the planet. Depending on how good you are at puzzle solving, it's any... Oh, I'm way off. Depending on how good you are at puzzle solving, it's like fucking 3 to 5 hours before you actually get to hit anything with a sword. Because Dragon Quest VII opens with, like, a puzzle dungeon. Like, you don't start that game, like, destroying slimes with your sword in order to level up like you do in the traditional RPG fashion. You gotta solve a fucking mist dungeon first. Trying to figure out what the fuck they were cooking. Hori... what's his face? Hori Yuji? Is that his name? Guy who makes Dragon Quest. He's the game designer. He's the director. Am I saying this right? I can't remember his fucking name. I'm terrible at this. Either way, he played Myst. He played Myst between Dragon Quest 6 and 7. Yuji Horii. I'm pretty sure. Isn't it? Toriyama's the artist. He played Myst between Dragon Quest 6 and 7. And was inspired. Like, this isn't conjecture. He has explicitly said in interviews, it's like, I played Myst. I really liked it. It's like, so I made Dragon Quest's intro very slow and contemplative because I liked the pace and mood of Myst. This is a known quantity. I promise you I'm not making this up. This is all very well documented. And make Dragon Quest VII sound awful. Maybe here's the thing. I haven't fucking stuck with it the whole way, because of course I haven't. I have finished, like, one Dragon Quest game, and it was the first one. I have finished Dragon Quest 1, and no other bastard. No! Miss. Very cringe. So yeah, I think he also wanted to, like, mix it up. He was getting a little tired of, like, the traditional opening of RPG where you're immediately like, well, time to kill the monsters and raise the level. You can sort of understand the desire to, like, try a different intro. But I think a lot of people concede that it goes on for way too fucking long. Chrono Trigger, its fair share of long hours. Chrono Trigger is one of, like, the shorter RPGs of its type, though. Chrono Trigger is like 20 hours. Chrono Trigger is, like, liked because it's short. Like, it's considered very snappy. Live Alive be around that too? Live Alive is pretty short. Live Alive is like maybe about 30 hours, and a lot of it's the last chapter, which I kind of hate. It's very back-ended, that game. Yeah, Live Alive's not incredibly long. 30 hours might be an overestimation, actually. So I tell you a game I played recently, an RPG that was sensationally long. It was Yakuza Infinite Wealth. Yeah. That was like fucking 80 hours to finish the campaign. That was some shit. Finally finished 8. I finished 8 a while ago. But yeah. It's quite a long game. Perhaps one of the longest RPGs ever. Ever played the Grandia series? No, and for a really petty reason. My petty reason for having never played a Grandia game, despite how good of a reception they've typically gotten, is... Firstly, there's all kinds of RPGs I don't get around to. But a guy I used to be friends with who turned out to be kind of horrible to me was really into them. So, it kind of poisoned that by association. Dun. Damn, that's... I know, right? Just association with a guy who was very awful to me has made me never want to touch them. I know that's kind of petty, but oh well. About Skies of Arcadia? I've never played Skies of Arcadia. There's so many... This is always that happens when I talk about RPGs. Like, have you played this game? You played that game? No, there's like so many RPGs. The sum total of everything chat has asked me if I've played would take like fucking 600 hours to get through. Especially because when I stream RPGs, nobody watches them. Why am I nowhere's always so bad? Always losing times. Oh, I shot past the door, that's the thing.
Daddy.
Cheryl.
Just think, whenever people love to suggest the RPGs for me to play, but when I actually stream RPGs, they do really shit numbers on stream. Regretfully.
Cheryl?
You know, if I were the RPG streamer, maybe I would play more of them. But people don't watch them.
Can't leave like this.
I know, I've been +8 2 runs in a row. What the fuck?
Cheryl!
I'll get rid of this +8. I'll send that +8 to the fucking... Just get it out of here. Destroyed it. I've erased the splits. Restore! But wait.
Go.
Ha! I didn't cut off. Why didn't that work? Do it again. Ha! No. What? How do I get... I'm trying to do the thing where it was like half gone. Fuck. It didn't work this time. Ow! Ow! Why is it... Does it only work once?
A dud.
Why did it stop working? How did it do that again? God damn it! That's not bad. 30-31 is within 10 seconds of PB, and that was with second try out of bounds. God. The runs today have been okay, but not quite there. You could do worse, but you could do better! Timer 1, punchy 0, I know, right? Oh my god! But that time it did! Oh, what the fuck? No, I think I've got it. Ha! Ha ha! My power has returned! I figured it out. I figured out how to cleave the timer in twain. Using my ultimate power. What am I doing? Stream. Who farted? I'm showing my ultimate power right now, and you fart? That is not okay. Okay. I've been streaming for like 5 hours, and it's like midnight where I'm at. It's been real, folks, but it's time to stop. Today was curse of 70k, but honestly the runs were not half bad. I've had worse sessions. I could not get like first try out of bounds to save my fucking life. Right, thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, drop me a follow here on the twitch.tv. I'll probably be working on this run in the near future. Now, I will likely not be streaming Wednesday or Thursday, so I'll see you guys next time on Friday. That is most likely the thing. I will endeavour to have next YouTube video done by then. Which, hey, if you want to see my YouTube videos, here's the YouTube channel. I make unique content over there. It's not just stream VODs. I promise. I mean, the archive channel is stream VODs, but that's why that exists, you know? Anyway. Also, join the community Discord. If you would like updates on when the stream is live and other nonsense, I don't know, there's like a whole channel on there for posting pictures of cats. If you subscribe to the channel, you get access to the cat channel. I mean, technically it's supposed to be the subscriber channel, but everyone just uses it to post cats. Right, let's find someone to raid. Who we got? Who you got? Oh, there's this guy with 500 viewers streaming Silent Hill. That's me. Fuck. Next. Raid myself. If only it was so easy. Is everyone else doing Silent Hill runs right now? Why are you so bad at picking your raid target, streamer? We just don't know. Oh. Why didn't this show up? I swear I looked. Is this the right? There we go. Matt Gale. He's doing Silent Hill 3. Alright, have a good one, folks. I will see you guys next time. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.